Thank you. I'll call this meeting to order. I'll open with the land acknowledgement. The City of Medicine Hat acknowledges that we live and work on treaty territory. The city pays respect to all Indigenous peoples and honors their past, present, and future. We recognize and respect their cultural heritages and relationships to the land. We will now take a moment for prayer or reflection. Thank you. If I could just have Councillor Hyder and Mayor Clark identify themselves on the meeting, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Councillor Van Dyke. It's Councillor Cassie Hyder.
Thanks, Councillor Hyder. And Mayor Clark? Oh, we can see you but not hear you.
Sorry. Yes, this is me, Mayor Clark, and I thank you very much, Councillor Van Dyke, for chairing this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Good. All right, we'll move on to adoption of previous council meeting minutes. Does anyone have any changes or additions? Seeing none, we will accept those meeting minutes as presented. We'll move on to adoption of the agenda. Does anyone have any additions or amendments? Councillor McGrogan.
Madam Chair, I do. I'd like to put a notice or a motion forward to have a special or a council meeting on Friday, the 10th of October at 0700. Again, Friday, the 10th of October, 0700.
Thank you.
Do you need, if you need a seconder, I'll second that.
So just to check with the city clerk, are we doing that motion now or do we need to put it under new business? Okay, we're going to put that under new business. So we'll have that motion at that time. Thank you. We'll move on to council announcements. Does anyone have any councillor announcements? Councillor Knodel and then Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. So I want to thank Andy, could you turn your mic off?
Oh.
Thanks. As many of you may already know, I have not put my name in to join the next council or to run in the upcoming election. So I just want to take a minute to thank the community for the opportunity to sit in this chair for the last 4 years. So I want to thank the community for putting their confidence in me in this position over the last 4 years. I've learned a ton, and I'm proud of the progress this council has made despite the challenges we faced. My hope is that our work is a bridge to a future where updated policy and procedure makes doing work here as predictable and easy as it can possibly be. I'm eager to see diversification in energy and recreation in the South. In addition, I hope the future leaders around this table place a priority on collaboration and compassion. It's a rough time to be alive with big decisions coming down the pike, and the group who sits here sets the stage for not only the organization itself, but also the mentality of the community. I deeply appreciate my fellow council members for the tough conversations, nonstop learning, and commitment to their roles. I also sincerely appreciate staff, both those who are currently employed at the organization and those who have since left, for all the collaboration to solve resident concerns and efforts to realize our collective vision. Effective community leaders cannot exist without a team approach, and I thank staff for always having that at the top of their mind. I wish whoever is elected on October 20th nothing but success in their role. I see a great deal of collaboration, care, and compassion embedded in their campaign identities, as well as many other valuable assets. We're better as a community with empathy at this table, and I can't wait to see what the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knodel. Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. So I just had a quick announcement. Over the weekend, as everybody knows, we had our advanced polling, and so I think there was a little bit of a lineup at the advanced polls. So I just thought I'd give everybody a little bit of an understanding of what's happening. So with the change of legislation, the provincial law requires that all voters, regardless of their registration status, must fill in that paperwork form at the polling station. So it's not something that you can do in advance. The polling stations will also check your ID, and your registration status at the kiosk. They can register to vote at the kiosk, or you can pre-register, which I'm going to give you the website right now. So you can pre-register on the city website in advance, and it'll only take 5 minutes, and it'll save you a lot of the time. So two things are going to happen at these polls. You have to do the paper form, and you have to do the registration vote. So if you go into City of Medicine Hat and it's on the main page and you scroll all the way down, there's voter information. And just keep scrolling until it says election. And so you can go register now, or am I a registered voter? So I just checked, I went in, put my name in, and I'm definitely there as a registered voter. And if you're not there, you can go ahead and register, and that'll take one of the items off the checklist when you're waiting in line. So just so everybody knows, Acting City Manager, did I miss anything? Because, no? Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you, awesome.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. We will move on to the consent agenda. Oh, did I miss that? Sorry. The adoption of the agenda. And City Clerk has an amendment.
Thank you. Through the chair. So it was noted that there was an error on page 201 to 203 of the council agenda, where instead of a specific section number, there are places that say error, reference source not found. So this was a rendering error when the printing to PDF happened with the package. So pages 201 to 203 will be replaced with what council received, and it's specific to Schedule E and Schedule F of the procedure bylaw amendments.
Okay, so we need to vote on a motion to amend.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Councillor Sharps made the motion, Councillor Knodel seconded. Everyone can vote.
I'll vote in favor.
Councillor
I'll vote
Hyder?
yes. I'll vote yes.
Thank you. That was unanimous. Now we're on to the consent agenda. If someone would like to make a motion,
Can I pull two items out, please?
sure, which ones?
8.5 and 8.7.
8.5 and 8.7.
And I have motions attached to them
Okay,
as business arising, so how would you like me to do that?
so I think we could pull those and put them under new business.
Sure.
If we can do that. After the, sorry, I'm going to confer with the clerk. Should we? So we'll put those at the beginning of new business.
Then I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda as amended.
As amended, okay.
I'll second.
Thank you. If everyone would please vote.
I'll vote in favor.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Councillor Hyder?
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Moving on to unfinished business, we have bylaw 4861, amending the procedure bylaw. The sponsor is the city manager. If she would like to give an introduction, thank you.
The recommended motion is that council gives second reading to bylaw 4861 and third and final for the procedure bylaw. On page 159 is the previous council motions that have occurred. There's three changes in this bylaw. Two were notices of motion, and one was to ensure that the process for a notice of motion was clearer and more concise. And those are the changes to the procedure bylaw.
So I will move that council gives second reading to bylaw 4861.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments or questions? And this, nothing? Okay, I wanted to make one quick comment. I'm not really thrilled with the time change for the procedure bylaw, but I would just like to say that the next incoming council has the ability to make the changes based on their schedules. So none of this is fixed in stone. It can all be brought back. So we will go to vote.
Vote in favor.
So I move that council gives third and final, sorry,
Councillor Hyder, how do you vote?
Thank you. I vote yes.
Thank you.
sorry about that, Madam Chair. I move that
I vote
vote in
yes.
I'll do
Councillor
it.
Van Dyke.
Mayor Clark, I missed what you said.
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you.
I vote yes as well, Van Dyke.
Thank you, Councillor Hyder, and that's unanimous. Okay, we'll move on then to 9.2, amendments to policy 0146, legal representation and indemnification of council members and employees. The sponsor is Admin and Ledge Review Committee, and if the acting city manager would like to provide an introduction, or the chair of that committee.
I'll turn it over to the city manager for comments. Do you want me to put the motion forward first? Okay, I'll put the motion forward that I move that council rescind the motion passed on March 20th, 2023 that provided specific direction regarding general indemnification and separation of council from committee appointees and approves the amendments to policy 0146 as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments, questions? Yes, city manager, did you want to add anything, or from the solicitor's office?
I believe Leah is here to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this policy.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, sorry, I should have spoke. I'm wondering if I could just get a quick synopsis on the changes between March and now. I know we sent it back, but if we could just do it for the public, what the changes were, that would be fantastic.
Go ahead. Whoever wants to answer from the solicitor's office.
Through the chair, the draft policy includes both the initial changes that were proposed in 2023 to change who is considering discretionary requests for indemnification under section now 3.20. There are also some housekeeping changes, and the policy was converted to the new format. Further, instead of having a separate procedure, which would have been approved by admin committee, the process for indemnification is now attached as an appendix to the policy that would come to council for review in case of any changes. And we also adjusted section 3.20 so that council is the final decision maker for discretionary requests for indemnification from council members.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you so much. So I just had a few comments. I'll make them really quick. I'm not going to make any changes to this, but some of my comments, and maybe for the next council, they can either take interest or scrap it, either one. One of my questions or concerns was 3.20, the discretionary authority given to mayor and ALR committee to chair to approve legal fees. I know that we talked about it at the table before, and not that our current chair of ALR isn't great and would go over it. I just don't think that any council member should be in that position to decide, have discretionary authority over a peer. So I would prefer that maybe the next council look at possibly the mayor having that authority. And actually, it was the mayor that suggested it, so I'm not going to take any credit because it's actually a really good idea. It's the mayor having the authority with having council as the appeal body. So just something to consider. I don't want to hold this up. I think it's important that this goes through. And my other concern was the repayment obligation on if an indemnity is rescinded. And again, I'll leave that for the next council. I just wanted to highlight that. In the event that you're indemnified and then it was at a later date changed, you must repay all legal costs. So I think that if I'm coming forward and asking for indemnity and council approves indemnity and then at a later date changes its mind, there's an accountability to that change of mind. So I don't think it's, if somebody's asking for indemnification, they get it, they're not planning to spend an extra $30,000. So just some things for the next council to keep on their list. But other than that, it's just comments.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. Does anyone have any other comments or questions? Oh, Mayor Clark?
Hello, thank you very much. I agree that this is an improvement to our previous version of this policy. However, I'm not sure that it strikes the right balance of protecting counselors from threats of litigation and proper access to legal counsel in terms of, you know, day-to-day things. I know previous council moved city solicitor to report to the chief administrative officer or city manager, and that has resulted in lack of access to legal advice for individual counselors. Also note that this current policy has $1,000 allocated for legal advice to each counselor, and it's limited to certain particular items involving pecuniary interest and conflict of interest. So that is not kept up with how much legal fees actually are in the last little while. So I would like to make a motion that, if possible, that we approve the policy, but that administration brings the policy back for review by the next council in Q2 of 2026.
Okay, Mayor Clark, I believe we have a motion on the floor, the motion already for this change. So
My apologies.
if
To
we could-
clarify, I make a motion to amend.
Okay, a motion to amend, okay. So the amendment is that you're adding to have it brought back to the new council in Q2.
Yes.
Okay, do we have a seconder on that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. So we have it seconded. Could we maybe have the amended or the amendment up on the screen? Sorry, Melissa.
Also, do please note, we can't see that part of the,
Oh, right, okay.
yeah.
Councillor Hirsch.
Just through the chair, just a question to the city manager, and I know we're on the verge of a new council that will be provided orientation, and certainly this would be a subject that they would be educated on. So I'm wondering, so I appreciate the motion that it forces it to come back, but I'm just wondering if it's a bit redundant, if this is something that's going to be an item that's going to be brought up for the discussion, even at orientation, if this is appropriate to even do this, if it's going to be discussed forthwith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All the policies that are applicable to council will be brought forward for consideration at orientation. However, this is the direction council wishes to have it addressed with the new council. That would be appropriate.
Did you want to add anything supplementary
No,
to that, Councillor
it's
Hirsch?
fine. That's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I think Councillor Hirsch makes a good point. I am going to support this, though, primarily because I think if you look back at our first couple of weeks, it's like drinking out of a fire hose, like everybody says. So if we can preempt the next council from, let them get in and get their hands dirty on the stuff they want, this stuff is taking care of them for them, so they don't have to jump in and worry about it right away. I know I didn't like sitting the last 4 years without a really solid indemnification, so I would much rather feel and like to give that to them and make sure that they're comfortable with it. And there's a bunch sitting in the chambers right now, so I'm sure one of them will get in and they can make a note to review it. If they choose not to, then that's on them. But I think this is nice. It brings it back to them. They can make any changes or not as they see fit.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. Mayor Clark, I just want to clarify what it is that we're putting here. We want to, so the original motion is on the floor. And what specifically is the amendment that you're wanting? So the original motion is that council rescind the motion passed on March 20th, 2023, that provided specific direction regarding general indemnification and separation of council from committee appointees and approves the amendments to policy 0146 as presented. Sorry. Mayor Clark.
Apologies,
Oh,
yes.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
so my amendment would just be, and that administration bring back this policy for review by council in Q2 2026.
Okay, thank you. So did we have a seconder on that amendment? Okay, Councillor Sharps. So we will vote on the amendment. Mayor Clark and Councillor Hyder, how do you vote?
I vote no.
I vote yes.
And the yeses have it. So now we will vote on the amended motion, or the original motion as amended. Sorry, if we could get that back up on the screen. Maybe not. Thank you. So the motion as it stands now is, oh, we're adding it in. Okay. All right. Council rescind the motion. Oh. Back up, sorry. Council rescind the motion passed on March 20th, 2023 that provided specific direction regarding general indemnification and separation of council from committee appointees and approves the amendments to policy 0146 and further direct administration bring back this policy for review in Q2 2026. So we are now voting on this amended motion. We will go, the motion as amended, sorry, City Clerk. We'll go to vote.
I
Mayor
vote in
Clark?
favor.
Councillor Hyder?
I vote no.
And that has passed. Thank you. We've moved on to new business. So we are going to discuss 8.5 and 8.7 from the consent agenda. So we'll start with 8.5, Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. These are more housekeeping issues than anything else about the report, so I'll just quickly draft. When economic development first started back with the city and city manager made some realignments, Economic Development was supposed to report back in through DNI meeting, quarterly at the very minimum. And things have just happened, and it was kind of a pledge more than a motion, so I would just want to make a motion to make it an actual standing item with Development and Infrastructure. So council has always expressed a strong support and provided direction, and it was given to us as a pledge that economic development would come in front. So before the next council is sworn in, we have an opportunity and in my mind a responsibility to ensure that they are set on a solid footing with clear expectations and governance structures in place. So with that, I'm bringing forward a motion that will formally embed economic development into the DNI committee oversight. So it is that council directs administration to establish a standing line item on the Development and Infrastructure Committee agenda for quarterly reporting from the Economic Development Department beginning Q4 2025.
And I'll second that.
Okay.
All right, is there any questions or discussion? I will make a point to say that at our last meeting, one of the recommendations that came forward from the municipal inspection was a review of council committees, and I believe that is currently happening. So as with all bylaws and policies and times of meetings, those are changeable by the new council. So we're just waiting on this to get put up on the screen. I'll give them a couple minutes. Councillor Hirsch, oh, apologies.
No, it's fine. Through the chair, I certainly appreciate where Councillor Sharps is coming from, because right now, we really haven't had the opportunity to have a quarterly review with regards to economic development, because the economic development reported directly to the city manager. And I guess Councillor Van Dyke, you said it best, like there's going to be a review, a thoughtful review in terms of committee appointments and committees in general. The only challenge, if we were to have this in alignment with DNI, is the ability for that, some pertinent information just to be stranded at committee level and not being discussed at the whole of council. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation, that if you're not on the committee, you might not get the full genesis or the full discussion, because some of it comes condensed in a summary form or the minutes. But I certainly, absolutely, and wholeheartedly agree that the reporting structure needs to be available and in line with other departments. So I am struggling with this, but I guess I am willing to support it, only in the fact that it does create some alignment in terms of how it just neatly folds into other committees, just like any other committees that we have. But again, I'm comforted in the fact that we're going to do a full review in the committee structure. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hirsch. I'm going to let it go back to Councillor Sharps, because I think she's going to withdraw that motion and put in a new one.
Thank you. So I actually had a much more robust, but I was trying to avoid the eye rolling, so here we go. Council directs administration to establish a standing line item on the DNI Infrastructure Committee agenda for quarterly reporting of the Economic Development Department beginning Q4 2025 to ensure consistent oversight, transparency, and alignment with council's strategic priorities. And number two, amend the terms of reference for the DNI committee to formally include economic development as a designated reporting, submit quarterly written updates on strategic initiatives, investment attraction, workforce development, and growth readiness, deliver biannual in-person presentations to committee and council, provide performance metrics and progress reports aligned with new council strategic plan, and the Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity Strategy, and ensure that the revised terms of reference are brought back to council for approval no later than December 15, 2025.
Councillor Sharps, would you be able to email that to?
She has it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councillor McGrogan.
That's a lot. I like the
I'll
first
second the
motion better,
motion.
but that's better, thank you.
I'll let Councillor McGrogan speak to this while they're typing it onto the screen. Thank you.
Well, just really to reinforce the words of Councillor Hirsch, there is always a fear with standing committees that things get discussed at standing committee that don't get to council as a whole, but I think that could be said about every standing committee. I do see the value in economic development reporting to one of the standing committees, and it seems to fit there. I know Councillor Sharp doesn't want to hear it, but when we get super prescriptive about one department and not others, then the line of reporting is different. So I don't know if it has to be that granular, but that's just, I'd be happy to hear about what that could look like.
Councillor Hirsch.
Sorry, I still was on there, but I do have a question or maybe a comment. I think, so I completely understand and acknowledge maybe the why as to Councillor Sharp's being very prescriptive here. But quite frankly, if in fact that this is something that's going to be deferred to DNI and respectfully be in that vein, then it would be helpful for that DNI committee to establish the terms of reference, walk through that, and then bring it forth back to council for them to ratify rather than, I guess my famous saying is legislation on the fly, but I would really like to see it go back to DNI, create the terms of reference and have a chance for staff to put the recommendations in there, make that solid, and then bring it back for council for adoption. So I'm in favor of the first motion, but not the second. Thanks.
Councillor Sharps.
Yeah, so I guess to me, this is a housekeeping item. So this goes back almost a year when there was a pledge by administration to redo the terms of reference, get this in front of DNI. And in all fairness to Managing Director Bohan, him and I have attempted it a couple of times to get them on there, and then timing didn't work out. So if it's not in writing, it's not going to get done. So it's been a year. There's been obviously change at the administration level. I just want to set up the next council so they don't have to chase something for a year either. Economic development must have council's eyes on it and must have it quickly. So I don't want to leave this to chance.
City Solicitor Bullock.
Just with respect to the terms of reference and the way that they should be changed, they're embedded in a bylaw, in the procedure bylaw, so that would require a bylaw amendment. So council couldn't, by resolution, change the terms of reference, but you could direct that a bylaw amendment be brought back for your consideration.
May I? Councillor,
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. City Solicitor, are you suggesting just remove number 3? Would that be the easiest?
Well, you could ask the staff bring back an amending bylaw for council's consideration.
Okay. Would you still remove number 3 or no?
I think I would just change it the way I proposed.
Okay. Melissa, I don't know if you heard, City Solicitor Bullock recommended after number 3, just adding administration to, and I already forgot what you said. Say it again. Would you mind, City Solicitor? Would you just repeat that?
My point was that you have to amend the bylaw to change the terms of reference, so just some wording in number 3 just to identify that you need a bylaw,
Okay.
an amending bylaw to be brought forward.
Okay.
Yep.
So just after number 3, you can remove number 4. Ensure the revised terms of reference are brought back to council for approval no later than December 15th, 2025, with amending bylaw changes. Obviously, administration can always come back and say they need more time if that isn't something they can handle. So this should meet the requirements of what Councillor Hirsch was saying about not getting in front of council. It should meet everybody's requirements, just trying to get this done. It literally is a housekeeping item for the last 12 months.
All right, I have Mayor Clark and then Councillor Knodel.
Thanks. I was just gonna mention about the change to the procedure bylaw, and I'm unclear whether this motion has a seconder. I can second it if not. I know the
Counselor,
change was,
yeah, Counselor Knodel seconded it.
okay, thank you.
Thanks, Counselor Van Dyke. Through the chair to whoever can answer the question. So I appreciate the bullet points here. I'm just curious, just because when it comes back with staff, like a briefing note, I'm wondering if those can be, because as Counselor Hirsch said, they're very prescriptive. Is that something that would just come forth on the briefing note, those recommendations, or are we voting to make those things happen right now?
Counselor Sharps.
So I am saying after a year of waiting, this was what was supposed to happen. I'm just putting it in writing. So this was already a pledge by administration from back to DNI and when we started economic development. And I can get the exact meeting date. So all I did was convert that into a motion so that we can move forward with it. That's all, nothing more.
Follow up if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm just more concerned about process at this point. So I understand that you said that this has happened already and you're just trying to ensure it happens, but I'm wondering if there needs to be a bylaw change in order to change the terms of reference, that would have to come back to council in order for council, the council of the day, to approve that bylaw change. Would the bylaw change be, and the terms of reference, consider the bullet points above? Or is that, like, I'm just wondering, are we sending this off to have it come back as a recommendation? Or are we in this moment agreeing to those bullet points as they stand in this moment? Like, because I don't think that those two things can exist at the same time.
So this is what administration had agreed to way back with economic development. And so it was a pledge. It didn't actually go formalized, so I'm just formalizing it. So these weren't my commitments. This was the administration, the city manager of the day.
Counselor Dumanowski.
Thank you, through the chair. Sorry?
Sorry, City Solicitor Bullock, I didn't see you, and you don't show up on my list.
No problem through the chair. So I think the process would be to take these proposals for changes to the terms of reference, and they'd be embedded in an amending bylaw. You'd have to bring them back to vote on them before they would be approved. Yep.
Counselor Knodel and then Counselor Dumanowski.
Sorry, Counselor Van Dyke, I'm just making sure I'm really clear on this. So is the current motion, I know that I've seconded it, but that was for the purpose of discussion. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Is this exactly what, is it written in a way that we will have what City Solicitor Bullock has just described?
I'm just going to say that it will come as a report to council with recommendations, because I'm also going to point out that currently DNI does not have a terms of reference, as do many of our committees, and it was also a recommendation in the municipal inspection. So we won't be able to have an economic development terms of reference without the DNI terms of reference. I'm assuming it will all come together and come to council for approval, as it will require an amendment to the bylaw. So that work will have to be done by administration. Counselor Dumanowski.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I was going to respond to Councillor Knodel's point. I mean, certainly these are recommended actions to go to formalizing some changes with the procedural bylaw. So yes, they will have to come back. The next council, whomever they are, will have to vote on their agreement or not. But where I will agree with Councillor Sharps is that, and certainly over the years, economic development or its different versions or iterations have reported in different means, and there's pros and cons to both. I do appreciate them coming through a committee to some extent because it's predictable from the standpoint of the public who take interest or or want to take interest, there's some predictability around which committee it's coming through, in what time, in some kind of a quarterly or timely fashion that's predetermined, and that there are, when it does make its way ultimately through council, that there are specific metrics, et cetera, that are going to be reviewed or communicated upon. The pros and cons certainly over the years have been that if it comes straight to council, it removes the energies that that seemingly creep into that environment where there's a lot of heavy lifting going on, and it becomes unnecessarily bureaucratic because there's this reporting component that is time consuming, very important, but very time consuming, and to some extent takes away from their ability to naturally move through their mandate. But at the same time, there's significant dollars being spent on this department and their supports, and the public's appetite for current and relevant information, and certainly councils as a consequence is equally important. So I support this because it is a recommendation. What the finished product will be is yet to be determined by the next council.
Thank you. And as I see no further speakers, oh, sorry, City Solicitor Bullock.
Sorry, just one more point. I just want to make sure this is clear. So number 1 can be dealt with, like that can happen now with a resolution, but to embed the terms of reference in number 2, that's what requires the bylaw. So I just want to make that clear.
So to that point, is there anything that needs to be changed in this for it to be able to go through process-wise? Or is this all right, the way it is written currently?
I think you could vote on number 1 first and then vote on number 2 and 3 together. It's like two votes for the number 1 and then 2 and 3.
Make a motion to divide the question as indicated by City Solicitor Bullock.
Yes. So you're making a motion to amend to separate it out. Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Knodel. We will vote on the motion, the amending motion, to separate paragraph 1 from 2 and 3. We'll go to vote. Thank you.
All in favor?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Councillor Hyder?
I vote yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to numbers 2 and 3 of the motion or amended motion. Okay, we can just vote on this directly. We can go to vote. 2 and 3 together.
I vote yes, Councillor Van Dyke.
Thank you, Councillor Hyder. Mayor Clark?
I vote in favor.
Thank you.
So for
I'm so sorry.
for number 2 and 3,
We needed
motion,
a first and seconder because we're doing it separately. Apologies.
I'll make a motion to recommend number 2 and 3.
I'll
Okay,
second.
thank you. So we will re-vote on that one. Apologies, everyone.
As a point of clarification, so are we not voting on 1?
We voted on
No.
1 because it had already been motioned and seconded.
Okay,
And now we're just, because that is something that can be done immediately, and numbers 2 and 3 requires administration to go away and bring back an amended bylaw. So that's what we're voting on now. Did you? Thank you. We will go to vote on numbers 2 and 3 again. Apologies, everyone. If we could have the motion on the screen too, that would be helpful.
I vote in favor.
yes.
Thank you, Mayor Clark and Councillor Hyder.
Point of
Sorry, that's
order as
unanimous.
well.
Sorry, Mayor
Uh,
Clark?
Yes, I do think we still have to vote on section 1 of the
We did.
motion.
Yeah, sorry, we did already.
The original motion has amended.
Yeah,
We, I don't think we voted on the original motion. It was motioned and seconded, and then it was amended, and then it was divided.
yes.
And so I think we still have to vote on both parts of the divided motion.
I'm just going to confer with the clerk for one moment. Sorry, the city clerk has it recorded with first and seconders and,
I guess that's what my point of clarification was, is that we didn't vote on number 1, so I'm hoping that we can, because we split it,
okay.
correct?
So the motion to amend was to split. With Mayor Clark and Councillor Knodel. Okay, thank you. So now we're going to vote on number 1, because that was a motion to amend. Okay. Will someone move and second number 1?
I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor
Second
Sharps. Councillor McGrogan. We will vote on number 1.
I vote in favor. Allison?
Thank you, Councillor Hyder.
I also vote in favor.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. And that's unanimous. All right. I think we've finished with that one. Thank you, Councillor Sharps, for. Please move on to 8.7.
So I've decided not to make a motion, but I will have, you're welcome. I will just tap Acting City Manager and Managing Director Bohan to maybe look at this. So when I looked at the development permit submission chart under 8.7, and again, we've talked about it in the past, but this was never a motion. It was just a clarity when we were around the development table, D&I table. So the transparency is foundational principle of good governance. So over the course of this council's terms, we've had discussions about the need for clear reporting on development activity. The one specific gap that we've talked about in meeting was the application of the reports, or while the approval date is consistently shown on that form, knowing when an application was submitted as a development permit is, I believe, essential for understanding the processing timelines and evaluating service efficiency. So I think this has already been acknowledged under informal pledges, but no formal motion has been passed, and I'm not making one any longer because that was painful. So to that end, I'm just asking for, on that sheet, to have the application submission date also added.
Managing Director Bohan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To Councillor Sharps, actually, this is a welcome addition. Actually, we're very pleased to be able to report quarterly performance. We've set targets for how quickly we're going to turn around development permits, building permits, trade permits, and business license applications. So adding that to a monthly report would be fairly easy for us, and we've been very pleased to see the setting of targets and then quarterly reporting on how we're making out on them.
Agreed. Thank you, Managing Director. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. I will need a motion to receive 8.5 and 8.7 for information.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, and we will vote. Councillor Hyder?
I vote yes.
Mayor Clark?
I vote yes as well.
Thank you. And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. We're moving on to new business from the amended agenda. And I'm going to turn that over to Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a motion to have a council meeting scheduled for I'll just carry on until we do. So, not a special council meeting, but schedule a council meeting for Friday, October the 10th, I think it is. Hold on, October the 10th at 0700 or 7 a.m. to those. So council approve the scheduling of an additional council meeting to be held virtually on Friday, October the 10th, 2025 at 7 a.m. in accordance with the council's procedural bylaws.
I'll second that.
Any questions or comments? If not, we will go to vote. Councillor Hyder, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mayor Clark?
I also vote yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous. All right, we will move on to new business. 10.1, sorry, 10.2. Nonprofit operating grant options, and the sponsor is Public Services. If the acting city manager would like to give an introduction or pass it along to the appropriate person. Thank you.
I will pass it on to our Managing Director, Hutter.
Good evening, Mayor Clark, Deputy Mayor Van Dyke, and members of council. We appreciate the opportunity to present on this item tonight. In March of 2025, City Council approved a notice of motion from Councillor Hyder directing administration to develop options for a nonprofit operating grant program. This work was to build on the efficiencies, knowledge, and experience gained through the creation of the Nonprofit Capital Grant Program with a commitment to return to council with viable options. To support the development of these options, Manager Dickey and his team reviewed historical grant allocations made by the City of Medicine Hat to the community between 2019 and 2024, and additionally conducted a jurisdictional scan of 8 mid-sized cities and municipalities across Alberta to identify best practices and comparable models. And I'll now hand it over to Manager Dickey for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Managing Director Hutter. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the nonprofit operating grant program options that administration has compiled in response to council's original request from earlier this year. On March 17th, 2025, council directed administration to develop options for a nonprofit operating grant program, leveraging the efficiencies, knowledge, and experience gained through the creation of the nonprofit capital grant program, and come back to council with options. Tonight's presentation and request for decision is a result of that motion. The Corporate Planning and Performance team conducted a comprehensive review of all operating grants funded or funds awarded from 2019 to 2024. Community requests for operating grants have been on a steady rise over the past 6 years. Funding requests for community programs such as family and community support services, community vibrancy grants, micro grants, all continue to exceed the current budgets. Can you advance this slide, please? A municipal scan was conducted of 8 municipalities in Alberta. It revealed the following findings about operating grant programs across the province. 5 of the 8 municipalities have an established nonprofit operating grant program that provides a formalized framework to process requests that don't meet the narrow scope of existing grant programs. These programs offer broad eligibility criteria and have larger funding allocations. Many of the grant programs feature an annual call for proposals, eligibility criteria that align with council priorities, and a formal ranking and reporting process. Budgets allocated to nonprofit operating grant programs ranged from $655,000 to $4.7 million. Programs funded through Family and Community Support Services were excluded from this scan as they are governed by provincial legislation and guidelines, despite being administered at the municipal level. As a result of the scan, administration developed 4 options. Option 1 is to maintain the status quo with any new requests outside of the existing grant streams going directly to council. The pros of this option are it minimizes the financial impact on taxpayers by avoiding new annual funding commitments from reserves or other sources of funding that may be designated for other strategic priorities. It reduces administrative burden and associated costs related to developing and monitoring an ongoing program. It allows council to assess funding requests on a case-by-case basis, providing council with flexibility. The cons of this approach is community organizations delivering valuable programs and services may face challenges in sustaining or expanding their offerings without proactive municipal support. Without a formal grant program, there's a possibility of increased direct appeals to council, which consumes time and resources. And not having a defined budget or funding source or annual cap may result in increased pressures on funding sources. Option 2 was to develop a nonprofit operating program with no established budget. The pros of this option allows funding decisions to be made based on available resources, emerging priorities, while still following a transparent and established framework. And it allows the city to pilot the program and assess demand before committing long-term resources for the program. The cons of this option are it may create uncertainty for community organizations who could invest significant time and effort into applications without any assurance of available funding. Administrative costs associated with managing the program may outweigh its benefits in the absence of a defined funding envelope. There's a risk of eroding trust within the community and the community partners if expectations are not clearly managed. And fourth, not having a defined budget or funding source or an annual funding cap may result in increased pressure on funding sources. Option 3 that we explored was to develop a program with an annual cap, an annual intake, an established budget using restricted funds from the Medicine Hat Endowment Fund. The benefits of this option are it demonstrates a commitment to supporting the nonprofit sector and enhancing community well-being. It enables the development of a structured and transparent evaluation criteria and outcome measures to ensure accountability and impact. We would request an annual intake, allowing applicants to be reviewed, scored, and ranked to determine which offer the greatest benefit to the community. In addition, this program is in alignment with the intent of the Medicine Hat Endowment Fund mandate and would result in public visibility and recognition of community investment within each budget cycle. And last, council has the discretion on how much funding would contribute to the program each budget year based on the need and council's mandate. The cons of this option are the endowment fund would be limited for use for other funding initiatives, such as closing the funding gap or budget gap or supporting other city projects. There may also be a risk of ongoing program funding that is not guaranteed in future years based on investment results. The sustainability of the program depends on the performance of the endowment fund and future budget decisions from council. It also may generate increased demand for funding as organizations seek support, potentially creating higher expectations for municipal assistance. And last, it would require ongoing administration and oversight and resource allocation to manage this program effectively. The fourth option that administration considered was to develop the program with an annual cap, an annual intake, include it in the tax base for 2027, 2028. And if there was a desire to have a program in place for the budget years of 2025 and 2026, funding would be allocated from the operating reserve. The pros to this option, in addition to the ones mentioned in option 3, this program would provide stable and predictable revenue source to support the program. The cons of this option are that establishing an ongoing program commits a defined portion of the annual operating budget, which may impact long-term financial targets and tax rates for citizens. For every $100,000 allocated to an operating grant, the tax impact would be about 0.1%. Additionally, any short-term funding from the operating reserve would result in lost investment revenue. Another con would be it may increase demand for funding as additional organizations seek support, potentially creating higher expectations for municipal assistance. And as mentioned earlier, any program development would require administrative oversight and resource allocation to manage the program effectively. This chart highlights each of the options. Each of the options will have an impact on the city's financial target. The table on this slide highlights options 1 through 4 and the impact to the city's financial reserves, which impacts the city's cash flow as well as the impact to city's ongoing operating costs, which result in tax rate impact to the community. Option 1, which is status quo, has the lowest financial impact. Options 2 through 4 are dependent on council's decision and direction tonight. It's important to keep in mind that the budget gap, the municipal budget gap, is currently forecast to be approximately $9 million at the end of 2025. Based on council's motion in March to develop options for the community operating grant program, administration is recommending option 4, to provide a grant program with an annual intake process and a funding cap, utilizing property taxes for 2027 and 2028 as a source of revenue and funded from reserves on an interim basis for 25 and 2026. Program implementation will be dependent on direction provided by council. However, if council chooses to implement a nonprofit operating grant program, the nonprofit or the existing nonprofit grant review committee will be tasked with developing the new program. The grant review committee will develop eligibility criteria or eligibility requirements, program criteria, a scoring rubric, and define outcomes and measures consistent with the current capital grant framework. Administration of the program will be managed by community development in coordination with the Community Vibrancy Grant Committee to maximize efficiency and leverage the synergies between the operating programs. When the program is finalized and developed, it will proceed to council for final approval and a recommended budget. Establishing a process for these types of requests is important. Community requests for funding will come forward whether the city has an established program or not. It's always a challenge looking at these types of requests through a social lens as well as a financial lens. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Manager Dickey. We have some people on the speakers list. Councillor Hirsch.
Thanks. Through the chair to Manager Dickey. So we have zero budget allocation for this right now, correct?
Correct.
So anything we do, starting from, say, $1 million to the proposed $4 million, is going to be the equivalent of either a 1% tax increase or a 4% tax increase. Because as we've been told, it used to be 800,000. Now it's, for those what I'm speaking to, is that for us to generate $1 million in revenue, it's basically 1% tax increase. So I can't, as much as I used to be in the nonprofit world, I can't support this, and I'll tell you why. We had the capital program on nonprofits. Just recently, we approved certain nonprofits for that, which I think is admirable, and I appreciate it. The reality is capital is one time. So you got an expansion, you need some help with this or that, that's fine, but operating's forever. So the challenge is you're either in it for the long haul, because if you're gonna pick the winners and losers, if you will, because you're gonna get oversubscribed, so you're gonna get 50 nonprofits, you're gonna create a matrix, you're gonna basically pick who's gonna be the superior one. When the argument I have is that they're all important, they're all getting funded appropriately, and quite frankly, if they are in the community's greatest needs, they will survive, and that supporter will fund directly to that nonprofit. The challenge I have is the following. I'm concerned that we're already not meeting our financial budget. We're 9 million, you mentioned. I think it's going to be greater than that. So we're in an operational deficit right now to the tune of 9 million, and we're asking to be in the deficit to 10 or 13 million if this goes through. So again, this will drive even further tax increases, which is, I'm opposed to, and puts the onus of pricing or picking the winners or losers of worthy nonprofits within the City of Medicine Hat's rubric. And again, I'm not directly focusing this on you, Manager Dickey, you're bringing it forward. And quite frankly, some of your analysis is bang on as far as some of the cons that we're running into. I think it's a slippery slope what we're getting into. The City of Medicine Hat should never be the intermediary or the collector of operating funds that we will in turn pass along to nonprofit groups. So, you know, in summary, is quite simply, if the nonprofit is a sorely needed agency in this community, it will find its funding, and I can list numerous examples where that's the case, and that's actually the easy part. It's trying to get the help along the way by people volunteering and all the nonprofits. Again, I always cringe, even with the idea of a pilot project. So that nonprofit, and I was one that always wrote those engagement requests for pilot projects, and the government was just nothing but happy to give you a one-time $800,000 injection, and they went, oh, by the way, next year, it's on you. You gotta go find 800G. I'm trying to implement my program here, and now I'm turning myself to having a fundraising arm. So my concern is just, again, it's just a very slippery slope, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. It's hard to have what looks like a unique thought after following Councillor Hirsch, but so the one thing that I would like to add to the comments that were just made, because I feel similarly about increasing taxes. I think that at this point, especially as the observing the community during this campaign trail and watching what's come up, is that the community is struggling financially, generally speaking, and reaching outside of how we currently function as an organization for more revenue, I feel like feels wrong at this point in time. I wouldn't be opposed to option 3, but there's still, to me, like what that would resolve for me, and I feel similarly about, I was gonna ask the question at the beginning of my button going on. Please remind, Manager Dickey, please remind the public about why we moved away from operating grants, because of the long-term commitment that they hold, and that's why capital grants have been the more modern choice. So in regards to option 3, to me, what this resolves is the fact that we are offering operating grants right now. And as Councillor Hirsch said, there is this forever mentality in regards to, you know, there's a table here, we have funded Halo, we've funded Safety City, the Kinsman, Tennis Club, United Way, Alberta Summer Games. That's happening already. So what this does for me is it gives me the feeling that we'll have parameters around that funding model. We'll have there's predictability that goes with having an operating grant structure. Now, if I could choose to not have an operating grant structure for financial benefits, I still don't think that's the best decision. So I think if out of these 4 options, I think there has to be a budget, because ultimately, even if we set a low budget and then exceed it, it's ultimately, and I don't know what the next council is going to do. I didn't live through Financially Fit around this table. I'm not sure what's going to come of it. But if we have a structure, it's predictable for the community, it's predictable for those organizations, and ultimately it's up to council about if they live within their means or not. But I think there has to be some sort of framework that is worked within. So for those reasons, I think, and again, I have mixed feelings about my option 3, because it still means we're dipping into the endowment fund, but I think that's a better option than reaching outside of what we already have into taxes in the community. Thank you.
Councillor McGrogan.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I don't have to have an original thought, but I can have a similar thought to Councillor Hirsch. I think I don't support this at this time. I thank you for four really good options with some, excellent pros and cons pointed out. It's easy to follow that and come to a conclusion. I can tell you that I've been talking to a lot of folks the last month, and I can tell you that our tax rate and our budgets are of the utmost importance to them right now. If people wanted, a person that I respect deeply, that's actually not sitting around this table, said to me once, why would you take our tax money and then give it to a not-for-profit? That's my decision to make about where I want to invest my money. And we do have the one-offs, and we've done it, and I understand that. But I think what we're doing is we're painting a box around ourselves with these parameters and rules that I don't think we need. Every year is a different year. Every year could be a surplus. It could be a tight financial situation. But every year, for sure, we decide to take taxpayers' money to use to give to not-for-profits. We're actually taking that decision away from the people that would individually choose to actually give to a not-for-profit. And I fundamentally don't agree with that. So for that reason, thank you for all the work. I'm not going to support option 4. I'm going to support option 1. And I think Councillor Hirsch said it best. These not-for-profits that are strong and vibrant will find ways to fund, and it might be through council on the way that we've been doing it already. So I support status quo.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Thank you, through the chair. Good conversation. I want to take a moment. Councillor Hyder is on virtual meeting tonight, but I want to thank her and congratulate her for her courage to bring this forward. I recall when she did that, I admit I was a little surprised, but at the same time, her heart's in the right place, and it remains there. Good conversation around, and again, I don't want to repeat a lot of what has already been said, but I do worry about keeping our house in order at this time, and we're in good position, but we have a gap which we've allowed ourselves to continue with, to some extent, because we're in a unique position, because we have a utility and that is unique to our municipality in comparison to others, and we have the ability to certainly do that and keep it at a comfortable range where there's some predictability year to year, but to a lot of the comments, we don't know what is around the corner, and it to some extent would be disingenuous of us to create a fund that we believe will always be there. We would, in essence, be creating some level of certainty to different groups who would be banking on those operating dollars, or if we were to change the metrics, because that's what the purview of council is, and all of a sudden they'd be out, and it would, to some extent, just keep a rotating group of people challenged to ensure that they can operate year to year. And I mean, to some extent, a lot has already been said. We are creating some operating funds for lots of groups, and plenty of examples in the report around that. But what I like about option 1, which is status quo, is it basically says we're not shutting the door to it, although we have our house to keep in order and probably get in order even more. We don't know what's around the corner, and so we're not saying no, we're not shutting the door, we're not, completely moving away from this kind of ad hoc, one at a time decision on operating funds, but we're going to move forward and tread carefully. And so to me, option 1 allows for that in that capacity, and I think that is the process that we need to follow at the current state of our financial future and tax base. So, and others have said the same thing on the campaign trail. Do what you can to keep your house in order and keep taxes minimal. So I think that achieves both ends. So I will be supporting option 1.
Mayor Clark.
Thank you very much. Just a note. Was there any, or a question, I guess, was there any consideration to limiting the nonprofit grant program as indicated in option 3 or option 4 to council's jurisdiction. So specifically, if it's in the province's jurisdiction to fund, we wouldn't. But there are things that are listed in the briefing note, for example, the tennis club or Safety City, summer games that might be within the city's jurisdiction as compared to healthcare, which is in the province's jurisdiction, or housing, which is in the province and the federal government's jurisdiction. So I'm just wondering if any thought was given to that, what that might look like, and whether that actually solves any problems.
Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Clark, that would certainly be part of the eligibility criteria that we would consider when we built or developed the program, would be the municipal responsibility or other jurisdictional responsibility. That's similar to the capital program that we developed.
If I may follow up,
Yeah, go ahead.
does that solve the problem though? Is another question I have. So given that the things that impact us most deeply right now, some of which are in provincial jurisdiction, some of which are in federal jurisdiction, say for a reallocation of tax dollars in accordance with who's actually doing the things that are in various government portfolios, if we didn't, for example, I do think that a lot of the things that will come to us will be, related to poverty, housing, addiction, safety. So I am just wondering if that solves the problem or it just exacerbates it, because we have a potential fund of money that could potentially apply to things that are in provincial jurisdiction, but we weight very heavily whether it's in our jurisdiction. So really the money isn't available. And could that impact nonprofits' ability to get grants for that? Like they might say, as we've seen, go to the city, they have this operating grant program, and that way we don't have to worry about funding it, or the other level of government doesn't have to worry about funding it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Clark. So I think if we brought forward a program, obviously it would go through a ranking process and council would ultimately make the decision to approve or reject an application. If it was council's view that the application fell within another jurisdiction, they could go back to the organization and say, have you tried other funding avenues, i.e. the province or the federal government for grants or other funding streams? And then it would be up to council to decide whether to approve or reject that application. Hopefully that answers your question.
I'm not hearing anything additional from Mayor Clark, so I'm going to move on to Councillor Hyder. Oh, sorry, Mayor Clark, are you there?
I apologize.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, given the requests that we've had over our term, like just limit it to our term, do you have a sense of how many requests that have come to us would be within municipal jurisdiction to fund versus another level of government's jurisdiction?
Through the chair to Mayor Clark, that's, I haven't done that analysis of the 6 that are on the list that this council approved. I guess maybe only 4 or 5. We did not do that look to see if it would fall within another jurisdiction's purview. That being said, like I mentioned, if a program was to come forward like this, that would be part of the vetting process, is asking the organizations if they have pursued other funding avenues.
Thank you. One final thing. Is there a possibility within this? I know it's possible, but is it realistic for us to offer grant application services in lieu of providing money?
Through the chair to Mayor Clark, that's something that's not my area of expertise, something we can definitely look into. If that's a desire, we can take it away. Yeah, and obviously there'd be a cost associated with that, like an administrative cost to assist the community with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hyder, I just want to make one comment on that last question. I know that currently we have a grants person within the city, and they do share with community organizations when they come across grants that might apply to community organizations already. They don't do the grant, but if they come across one, they share it with the community. So just for everyone's awareness. Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke, and through the chair. I'm truly grateful for Managing Director Hutter and Jarrett Dickey for all the work that's gone into this. It was me that brought this forward, and I do have my heart in the right place. I feel that it could be beneficial to organizations within our community, and it would be easier for the city to have a set program that organizations can understand and see the parameters around. I'm going to support it because I'm the one who brought it forward, and I truly believe in items like this. I can't say enough good things about the hard work that's gone into this, and how, as well as the capital program that was developed by this team. It's tremendous, and I couldn't be more proud of it. So I will be supporting this, and you guys, I appreciate all the work you've done.
Councillor Hirsch, did you have a?
Well, just an observation. I just did the quickest Google search in the world, and it just says the government of Alberta offers grant writing education through online resources like the Grant Writing 101 at webinar and other nonprofit learning materials. So and as a former nonprofit myself, there's lots of education out there. So I appreciate Mayor Clark's point about, hey, is there something we can do? Which absolutely, I think from an advocacy, all the stuff that we've done in the past is important. But I think that's where maybe we should keep our energies, because anything that you had indicated already, Managing Manager Dickey, would result in some sort of manpower allocation to be able to provide that sort of thing. So let's not replicate something that's already there. Thanks.
Mayor Clark, did you have a follow-up?
I do. Thank you. That's both Chair Van Dyke and Councillor Hirsch. Those are excellent points. Can you describe a bit more about the loss of 4.85% revenue net of fees on cash outflow from endowment fund? As I'm reading it, it is only if we if we pay out on grants. And we would have that, or is that like a broader concern in terms of the overall loss to the fund?
Through the chair to Mayor Clark, so that is the budget assumption that we've used for investment earnings for this budget cycle. So if you withdraw funds from your, we'll say, savings account or reserve accounts, that would be the lost opportunity revenue. So if you took $100,000 out, you would lose approximately 4.85%.
Follow-up. If the target is, say, $100,000, which I think does signal to the community that there is a limited amount of funds available as opposed to option 1 or 2. How long does it take? Like, is there an amount of money we could have in our endowment where that $100,000 would regenerate annually?
Great question.
So even though we're paying it out, sorry, go ahead.
Just through the chair, so obviously that's the assumption we've made in the budget. That being said, as you know, investment earnings are volatile. There's no guarantee that it could be 4.8%, it could be 0, it could be negative. And that's why option 3 wasn't recommended, because of the uncertainty with investment earnings.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I did allow some commentary in that because we don't actually have a motion on the floor. Oh, sorry, Managing Director Hutter.
Thank you. And through the chair, just if I may provide some of the logic, I think, behind our recommendation, I'll just only take 30 seconds or so. We very much used a financial lens as much as we could on this. We accepted that regardless of whether or not there's a program, we're still going to receive these requests. So number one, we had a feeling that creating a program would create some, some procedural fairness and some consistency and some efficiency. But number two, having a budget, which we don't recommend a budget in here, but frankly, the discussions we had with that, this would be a very, very modest budget. We felt that actually having a budget, this may seem somewhat counterintuitive, but actually having a budget may rein in some of the spending on asks such as this. So if it is a small budget, then it makes it maybe a little harder when you do have an established budget to go over that. So that was some of the thinking that we had there behind, actually establishing a budget and hoping that we could rein in some of those larger asks that frankly, whether or not the program exists, are still going to come in.
Thank you, Managing Director Hutter. So we don't have a motion on the floor because I was unsure as to what council was going to want to motion, given that there was a specific recommendation from administration. Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
I'll put the recommendation motion on the table. I move that council proceed with option 4 in the options pros cons section, and that administration return to council with a developed program and recommended budget for council's approval.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I just wanted to make some very brief comments here. So ideologically, I think that what this comes down to is looking at a charitable model versus a government model. And I understand the concerns in the community around increasing taxes, and I don't want to see that happen either. We're asking a lot of people already. But I think that a framework would be very helpful for any requests that come in. So whether it's a funded or unfunded framework, just having the framework in place would help evaluate any requests. After having gone through the agenda packet, my preference would be to develop a framework, and that at the start of each budget cycle, the finances of the community be assessed and determined if it was going to be included in the budget or not. So say in this current budget cycle, we have the framework in place, but we decide not to fund it because of the other additional tax increases that we've had to see happen with inflation and delayed work that had been done as well. So, but that the framework is established, and then in years when perhaps there is a little bit more money available, that then it could be budgeted within that framework. That would be my preference, but we already have a motion on the table. Councillor Hirsch, did you have any comments?
I didn't want to believe, I guess that I go back to my point, the fact that, so I appreciate the commentary saying like, if we've got the money, great, but the only reality would be that's not of solace to the nonprofit that we funded, we're not going to fund, we funded, we're not going to fund. So the erratic is not even helpful. It's more destructive to that nonprofit. As a person that was in that world, you need reliable funding. So, if we go, we'd have to go in deep, and if we don't, we should really act accordingly. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? We will go.
I have a question.
Sorry,
Can
Madam
I
Clerk.
ask a question to Councillor Hirsch? Is there a difference, a significant difference that might change your viewpoint if it was emergency gap operating funding?
And quite frankly, we've talked about this. So even if I vote against it, it means that we're gonna we return back to status quo, where in some
Yeah.
cases, on a case-by-case basis, that would be occurring. So I appreciate the commentary about, let's create a structure budget. That's gonna get pressed every year. Then there's gonna be a temptation for us to even open that crack that door, and then open it even more because of the need in the community. And I digress on this because I know how this sounds like I'm being the Scrooge, but I'm actually trying to, maybe protect the taxpayer. Again, when we talked about, I don't want to be the intermediary between thank you taxpayer and here you go nonprofit. So I just think, I'm not in favor of this. I'm just in favor in terms of course, we are there. And I think of other organizations. So we've stepped up for any type of events like Alberta Winter Games, all that kind of stuff. We hosted the U18 hockey, all that kind of stuff. So when it's needed, we're there. And I think I just kind of want to revert back to kind of how it was. Again, that's my preference, and that's the preference certainly of the future council. They can certainly bring this forward in 1 month's time and say, let's go. But for me, I'm not supportive. Thanks.
All right, seeing no further speakers, we will go to vote. The motion is on the screen. Councillor Hyder, Councillor Hyder, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mayor Clark?
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. The noes have it. The motion is defeated. Thank you, City Clerk. You'd think this was my first time chairing a council meeting. We're going to move on to sorry, I can't read. Manager Dickey, you're still up with the council priority number 4, action, progressives are difficult. Community service level inventory, corporate services, but Manager Dickey again, thank you.
Good evening, Council. I just want to do a quick introduction before Manager Dickey gets through the presentation. So this document is in response to the strategic plan to create organizational capacity for effective and efficient service delivery across all of how services are delivered across all areas. As part of the process, we also looked at what other municipalities are doing in this area. We found that many have started their projects and are still in the process of determining and developing their service level inventories. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the hard work of our staff on this initiative. The corporate performance and planning team, along with the financial control and reporting team, work closely with leaders across the organization to gather the necessary information and bring this document together. So with that, I'll turn it over to Manager Dickey to walk us through the presentation.
Thank you, Acting Manager Director Barta. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council again. Thank you for the opportunity to present and provide a status update to council on the service level inventory. As Managing Director Barta mentioned, the corporate planning and performance team worked closely with the finance team to collaborate with various departments across the organization over the past 12 months. This team has been able to collect information contained in the presentation and the inventory document, including the costing of the service levels. In October of 2024, Council accepted and ratified focused strategic priorities with associated plans and actions. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide Council with an update on the priority related to creating organizational capacity for effective and efficient service delivery. The presentation will highlight 2 key action items that support this strategic priority. The first one, inventory and define the current service levels. This item was delivered to Council Committee of the Whole in April this year. And the second, to define required and desired service levels. The attached report represents this deliverable to Council, providing a current state of externally facing operating departments. This work was conducted in collaboration with the finance team. The inventory was developed in collaboration with leaders from across the organization. Administration and frontline staff are passionate about providing services to this community. The expertise and knowledge within this organization is remarkable. We received over 400 pages of content from participating departments, which was then simplified and condensed into the inventory document that you see here tonight. This inventory provides council and the community with information on external services provided to the public. This document will be a useful tool for the public to find additional information about the services provided and the level of service the community can expect to receive from the city. The inventory will be utilized to assess organizational capacity and improve the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery. The focus of this presentation and the supporting material is on the inventory. However, we will also provide an overview of the approach taken to determine the relative costs associated with providing these services. The work that's been conducted since the presentation in April includes: we conducted a municipal scan to determine the appropriate approach to this phase of the project. Service levels are an integral part of local government and public service. Service levels integrate with several other strategic plans and frameworks and provide information to the public on what level of service they can expect to receive. The team worked closely with public-facing operating departments to collect input and provide a summary document of the external services provided to the community. We met with executive leadership team to ensure consistency in the content, alignment with expectations, and the scope of this project. Following the feedback we received, the content was reviewed and revised, and the inventory was streamlined and, where applicable, consolidated into broader categories. Once the initial work was complete, the team organized the 2025 budget information by service area. This proved to be a challenging task in most cases, as the budget isn't aligned at the service level detail, or the level of service detail. As a result, the team required time to develop assumptions and collaborate closely with groups across the city. The city's budget is structured in accordance with public sector accounting standards, ensuring compliance with regulatory financial reporting requirements. This alignment is critical for maintaining transparency, accountability, and consistency in how public funds are managed and reported. This is an important difference between financial reporting and aligning budget based on service levels. Finally, the content was reorganized by functional area of the organization. It aligns with the City of Medicine Hat's website rather than the original organizational hierarchy, which was shown in April. This format is expected to improve public access to information related to finding city services. The City of Medicine Hat provides a broad range of services to the community. Some are highly visible and directly accessible by the public, while others operate behind the scenes, commonly referred to as supporting services. Though less visible, these supporting services are essential to enabling and maintaining delivery of frontline services. This project focused on compiling an inventory of external operating departments, also known as public-facing services, and presented to council and the community. The resulting community service level inventory uses clear, non-technical language to describe the scope and quality of each service. Each service includes a brief description of the service and output, references to relevant rules, regulations, or city bylaws that guide service delivery to ensure consistency, accountability, and quality. Phase 1 of this initiative concentrated on identifying and documenting service levels across the organization that interact directly with the public. The primary goal was to establish a shared understanding of the standards and expectations for customer-facing services. All service levels are framed from the customer's perspective to clearly communicate what residents and stakeholders can reasonably expect. As I mentioned earlier, the community service level inventory was reorganized into functional area similar to the city's website. This allows for easier navigation of the document. The document is now organized into 6 areas: home property and utilities, which includes assessment and taxation, customer care and billing, utility services such as water, sewer, solid waste, and gas and electric distribution. Community safety and support includes emergency management, community supports, and fire services. Arts, heritage, parks and recreation covers arts, heritage, and culture, park services, and recreation services. Roads, parking, and transportation includes the Medicine Hat Regional Airport, the Municipal Works Department, as well as transit services. Business development includes services provided by the Planning and Development Services team. And government and City Hall covers services provided by the City Clerk's office, including administrative support, bylaws, elections, and much more. The high-level inventory cost on this graph represents the relative percentage of the current in-scope service level inventory. In aggregate, it includes both municipally supported areas as well as utilities. As I mentioned earlier, the costing process posed several challenges, particularly because the 2025 budget information is not structured at the service level detail. This required additional effort to interpret and allocate costs appropriately. In most cases, the budget is developed at the department or sub-department level. This required the accounting team to work with the respective departments and apply assumptions and professional judgment when allocating costs to specific services included within this document. The cost of each service are presented as a percentage of the overall operating budget rather than as a dollar amount. This approach offers a more balanced and comparable view across services, as dollar figures can sometimes appear disproportionate due to the variations in budget structures and allocation methods. By using percentages, the focus shifts to the relative share of resources that each service requires, thereby offering a clearer picture of organizational priorities without overstating or understating the impact of any single service. As mentioned earlier, on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see there are some key areas that are excluded from the current inventory. Looking ahead to future phases of this initiative, the team will expand the inventory to include internal support services provided by the city. For example, some of the key areas that are excluded from the current document include fleet and facilities, information technology, economic development, and people services, as well as police services were out of the scope of this phase of the project. Before diving into the details of the report, it's important to clarify the scope and intent of the costing work presented. This is not a budget presentation. It reflects the costs associated with the services outlined in the service level inventory document. The purpose is to provide transparency around the financial footprint of municipal services as requested by council and to support informed decision-making. The chart on the left illustrates the city's 2025 municipal operating budget. The green segment represents the portion of municipal costs that fall within the scope of council's requests and are included within the service inventory document. The dark blue segment reflects the remaining budget areas that were out of scope of this exercise. As noted previously, several key municipal services are not captured within this document due to their exclusion from the defined scope. The chart on the right highlights the municipal revenue sources included in the inventory document. While property taxes are a significant contributor, the city also relies on a variety of other revenue streams to balance the budget. These include investment income, reserve transfers, municipal consent and access fee, other miscellaneous revenues, and dividends from business units, as well as a contribution from the endowment fund. Together, these sources provide a more complete picture of how municipal services are funded beyond property taxes. The consolidated document included in the agenda includes the detailed list of services provided to the community. This reflects the identified scope of the current state of services provided by the city. The following few slides offer a sample of the document. Each section provides a high-level overview of the services provided to the community. The table provides additional details about the services provided by each operational team, This includes a community service name and description, a community standard, and the cost of service delivery represented as a percentage of the municipal or utility budget. It also highlights how these services are funded. The example on this slide can be found on page 255 of Council's package and represents a couple services provided by the finance team: customer care and billing, and account management and billing services. These are services that most members of the public have interacted with, as well as the collections and receivables team. This amazing team provides a comprehensive support for accounts for utilities, property taxes, including account setup, transfers, closures, billing, payment plans, collections, and service inquiries. Utility services cover verification of meter reads, landlord coordination, and incentive programs such as HatSmart. Property tax services include ownership updates, school support declarations, tax recovery, and issuance of tax certificates and related documentation. The community service standard includes services are available in person, by phone, and email during standard hours from Monday to Friday, and through online portals which are accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Inquiries are managed with a minimum 70% call center service grade and email responses within 2 business days. Payments are accepted through multiple channels, including online banking, city portals, electronic fund transfer, mail, in-person, Dropbox, and structured payment plans. The cost of service delivery in this example also includes the collection and receivable services, as it was not possible to identify or differentiate the costs associated with each of these services. The total budget for this area represents approximately 1.59% of the municipal operating budget. The funding on the right column shows the breakdown of how this service is funded. And in all cases within the document, that funding will add up to 100%. It just indicates how the service is paid for. In this case, the service is supported by municipal revenue, 11.14%, utility rates, 71.53%, and fees and charges, 17.33%. The next example can be found on page 256 of the council package and represents a couple services provided by the water distribution team. This team plays a crucial role in ensuring that safe drinking water reaches residential, commercial, and industrial users. The team provides continuous water supply and monitors system pressure and ensures adequate flow and pressure for fire protection. All services are provided in compliance with federal and provincial regulatory requirements, including operating approval 972-03-00. There are 2 services represented in this table: water distribution services, as well as distribution monitoring, inspection, maintenance, and upgrades. The community service standard encompasses a broad spectrum of services, each with a distinct operational function. The underlying service standard for the water utility is to provide safe, reliable, and effective water treatment and distribution in compliance with all provincial and federal standards and regulations. The cost of service delivery for the distribution team represents approximately 52.81% of the 2025 water utility budget. And these services are funded through water rates and fees and charges within the water utility. The last example I'll provide is found on page 269 of the council package and represents a couple services provided by the Fire Services 911 communication team. This team provides complete and comprehensive call answering and dispatching services for a broad range of first responders, including 911 emergencies, utility emergencies, and non-emergency first call responses within the City of Medicine Hat and the surrounding area. The service area includes emergency and non-emergency call taking to ensure efficient and effective emergency response, with standards in place to minimize delay and prioritize public safety. They also provide radio dispatching to coordinate fire and police incident response by directing resources in real time. The team also continuously monitors partner agency radios, including after-hours utility crews, and provides live tracking for Rangeland helicopters during emergency flights and training missions. The cost of service delivery for these two services represents approximately 1.52% of the municipal budget and is funded 63.41% by municipal revenue and 36.59% by third-party and provincial grant funding. As part of this initiative, administration will continually review, evaluate, and update the service level inventory document. The city is a dynamic and continuously evolving to community needs as well as changes to regulations. For example, since this document was presented back in April, there are two changes. Animal Pound and Rescue Services, which was previously operated by a third-party organization, has been brought in-house and is now run by city staff. The second change involves a change in provincial legislation regarding the previous Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy, FOIP, has been replaced with Access to Information Act and Protection of Privacy Act. These changes are reflected in the updated document. It is administration's intent to enhance the service level inventory to ensure it encompasses all services provided by the city, resulting in a comprehensive and complete inventory for council and the community. On behalf of the team that helped pull this information and presentation together, I'd like to extend a thanks to council for taking the time to listen to the presentation on service levels. We appreciate the engagement, the questions, and the support as we work together to meet the needs of our community. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So this report is for information only, and we do have some questions. Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you. Through the chair, Manager Dickey, thank you very much. You can tell the thoroughness of the document, and the fact that you had such a ready list of people wanting to contribute tells me there's a lot of passion in our team of staff that really do want to exude and do their best every day and allocate, I guess, in terms of funding and budgets and all that kind of stuff to be as efficient as we can with what we do. I really found it very educational, and maybe the citizenry out there as well, that this document does exist. It is very illustrative in terms of where do the funds go. You had a nice pie chart in terms of it's not always just property taxes. It's funds from other levels of government. It's this, it's that. So I mean that was helpful as well. Where I'm going with my question is that you had a functional allocation as opposed to operation. It was the operational one, I think. So what it led me to discuss and maybe ask, it might be the city manager in terms of, would that, and sorry, maybe I'll go right to the page because that's where it was discussed. So you talk about the out of scope and the in scope, and it's actually slide, or on our packet, it's page 240, where you talk about the one section's home property and utilities, so in that is assessment and taxation. Where I'm going is we're doing a committee potential review, and this could be now kind of not in harmony of what we have for existing committees. So am I safe to presume that this might be a subject of a review in terms of even the committee structure, D&I, all that kind of stuff that now is kind of out of scope a little bit to what you're presenting here? So maybe that's, I mean, I probably know the answer, but maybe if you can help me understand that that's probably a subject of the committee review.
Acting City Manager or Acting Managing Director Berta?
Yeah, through the chair. I don't think that was the intent of this report. The intent was really to highlight or put this in a manner that residents could understand. They don't understand our business structure. If they were looking for customer care, do they know that it's under finance? So this just put it in a way that was easily understandable for the community or those that would look at the website or look for some of these services to help them navigate through this.
No, thanks. No, that's fine. Thanks.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. So, and just so the public understands how we even got here was during the council's last strategic planning update, it was a conversation around how do we want to achieve and, well, how do we know what we want to achieve if we don't even know where we are? So that's how this conversation came to be. But having said that, I had a question and it was only a couple of places that I saw it. But like if you look at page 259 under Energy, Land and Environment, and it's strictly, it says funding source federal government grant is 100%, but yet under the municipal operating budget, it was 0.17. So I just want to make sure I completely understand that we're not allocating a part of the municipal operating budget. That's just the percentage of the budget, and it's done through the federal grant. Sorry, Manager Dickey. Uh, 259, bottom of the page.
Yep.
To the right, yeah, cost of delivery service.
Through the chair to Councillor Sharp. So, so HatSmart as a percentage of the municipal operating budget is 0.2%. It is 100% funded by the environmental conservation charge.
And the one below it.
Then the one below it, so it's a percentage of, it's 1.7% of the municipal operating budget. It is 100% funded by the FCM.
Point
Federation of
1.7, right?
Canadian
Point.
Municipalities, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But so just to be clear, even though it's part of the municipal operating budget, it's not actually coming from municipal, from our tax base, it's coming from the federal funding.
Correct.
Correct, okay, thank you.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. Through the chair, a question and then a comment. So on page 242, you have in-scope, out-of-scope, municipal level inventory. So the in-scope is 46.67%, and I'm wondering if the chart on the right that shows where the money came from, is that money's just what is in the in-scope part of this information?
So through the chair to Councilor McGrogan, so you're referring to the pie chart that shows, sorry, I'm just trying to find it.
So it's 242 of 691 pages. The in-scope, out-of-scope, it says the in-scope is the green, and it says it's 46.67%. What I'm curious is the representation of the pie chart on the right indicative of just the in-scope 46.6, or is it the total, even the part that is out of scope as far as where the money's coming from?
Okay, yeah, now I understand. Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Councilor McGrogan. So that chart, the 46%, the green section is what is costed within the inventory document.
Excellent,
And
including
then-
the pie chart on the right.
The pie chart on the right represents the municipal revenue, so it breaks down just to illustrate that municipal revenue isn't just property taxes. There are other sources of funding that the municipality receives to support municipal services.
So maybe it's probably just me, but what I'm curious about, now all of the things that are not in scope in what we've done thus far, I understand there's a lot more to come. But will this pie chart on the right look any different once the whole scope is all in green and we've looked at everything? Okay, that was my question. Thank you. So just to comment, this is excellent work. Thank you very much. I think we had that strategic planning. We were struggling about how do we decide what services we have and we don't have if we don't know what they cost exactly. And we have a very interested community about these details, and now they're really available. So we talk about transparency. This is a great step forward in transparency of the details of our business. So thanks very much for the initial work on this. I know there's more to come. Thank you.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thank you, Manager Dickey, for the presentation again. I had the pleasure of seeing it once, but twice. You always learn something each and every time, and certainly from the public's perspective, lots of interest in service delivery, and as has already been stated, Council's endeavor to, or goal was to try and endeavor into understanding service delivery better, and in doing so, revealing to the public exactly what they're getting for their tax dollar. When I like the slide, as simple as it is, when it speaks to support services versus public facing. I think conventionally most people can appreciate and understand public facing services. they interact with city departments in that capacity, but there's also this huge component that are support based, but can't function in isolation, or the public-facing one certainly wouldn't function in isolation without the support. It's topical at an election time when there's lots of questions around efficiency, tax rates, how are our tax dollars being spent, that this presentation come forward. It starts to, again, create that reveal that the public so desires, and obviously council did as well. I love the fact that it's broken down into functional areas versus organizational, because the organizational structures change. They've changed many times over the years, but the actual function of the different service departments will always be there. And again, plain language, well suited and compartmentalized in a way that is meaningful to the public. Lastly, the out of scope component that aren't here, there, as you referenced, future phase, some big heavy lifting here. But I recognize that if we're going to do this with some meaning and there's some intentionality around the level of detail and rigor we want to put around this, it has to be done slowly. Slowly is a bad word. It has to be done thoughtfully. And a lot of this is being done on the side of the desk when you have many other projects on the go. So just for the sake of the public, any ideas around the future phasing when they can expect to see that?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Dumanowski. Certainly we have other priorities. This was not something we had built into our business plan for this year. So appreciate the team and the organization. It wasn't just myself and my team. It was an ask of the entire organization to work on this. So to your question about future phases, it is a priority for us. To give you a definitive timeline, I just can't do that at this point in time because, as you can appreciate, other priorities come up. But that being said, a lot of the information within the document existed. It just was in pieces, whether it be in business plans or in people's heads, extracting information and collating it into a single document. The most work, I would say, was really defining how we wanted to structure the document and looking at what best practices to follow and that type of thing. And like you said, putting it into an easy-to-read format that is from the public's perspective that they could understand, because some of the information we received was very technical, and we had to synthesize it and make it into a easily understood service level document. So there's various types of service levels, but this is a most comprehensive look at what the city provides. So I'm hoping sometime next year that we can deliver the full comprehensive inventory.
Great, thank you.
I have one question, very specific question about page 277, which I think would be of great interest to the community. So we already have well-defined service levels and information on plowing in the winter. But something that we hear from the community a lot in the summer is about maintaining parks, boulevards, and just grassed areas in the city. So on page 277 is the manicured turf maintenance and vegetation maintenance section. And it's beautifully broken out into classes of what the expectation can be for each of these areas. What it doesn't include is where are the Class A, where is the Class B, where is the Class C. I feel like it's probably a huge ask because the city is large and there's going to be different sections even within a neighborhood that have different classes. But is there a way to make sure people understand what is Class A? Is that a park with a play structure in it? What is a Class C? Is that, a boulevard with some trees that doesn't have any like community use spaces on it? Just so we can manage expectations of what people can expect to see in maintenance in those areas.
Great question. Thank you. Through the chair to the chair. I looked up at Director Will, he's in the stand. So the information with regards to what class a park is available on the city's website. So if you are interested to know, okay, is my playground across the street, what class of park, and what kind of service can we expect to receive, that information can be found on the city's website. So, good question.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Now everyone can go home and check what their green spaces around their house are classified as. Thank you. Is there any other questions? All right, we will move on then. All right, our next item is Council Priority Number 4, Action, Recreation, and Wellness Opportunities. The sponsor is Public Services, and Director James Will be presenting to the group. And Acting City Manager, you have an introduction.
Managing Director Hutter will be introducing this item.
Once again, good evening, Mayor Clark, Deputy Mayor Van Dyke, and members of council. As always, we appreciate the opportunity to present on this exciting item tonight. Council's Focus Strategic Plan, approved in November of 2024, identified 4 strategic priorities designed to guide both organizational and community advancement. Priority number 4, Action, Recreation, and Wellness Opportunities, provided administration with direction to explore the development of a multifaceted recreation complex on the south side of the city. In August 2025, administration brought forward recommendations for a phased approach to the recreation complex, along with proposals for the construction of sports fields in Briar Run. Following that presentation, council directed administration to initiate public engagement on both the phased development of an outdoor pool and the sports fields in Briar Run. This evening, Director Will's presentation will provide council with a summary of the financial impacts that led to the recommendation for a phased approach, an overview of the public engagement results, and a list of options for council's consideration regarding next steps. Lastly, a special thank you to our communications, engagement, and marketing team for their exceptional collaboration throughout the engagement process, which resulted in nearly 3,000 completed surveys, which is a record number of responses on this platform. I'll now turn it over to Director Will.
Well, good evening, Your Worship, Madam Chair, members of council. Through the chair, I just wanted to echo the comments that Managing Director Hutter said, that we certainly have appreciated the support that we've received from our communications, engagement, and marketing team and our public participation specialist, Safira LaChapelle in particular. This report, this information, I have the privilege of being able to stand up here tonight and present it, but I will certainly not take credit for the accuracy of the amount of work that has gone into pulling this together in such a short period of time. And I was continually amazed at how far we reached out into the community in a short period of time. And I'm looking forward to going through this information with you this evening. So I'll give a very quick recap of the previous council direction, and then talk a little bit about the engagement summary results, and then talk about some options that we have to move forward and the financial impact of what the recommended options are for the Southside Pool and Briar Run, and then the next steps moving forward. I won't go through each of these in great detail. Some of this background is very similar to what Managing Director Hutter had just shared, but following the focused priorities for administration to focus on that were established in 2024 for 2025, administration looked at the 4th council priority, or our group looked at the 4th council priority, Action, Recreation, and Wellness Opportunities, and we wanted to look at modeling some options for that. And as council will likely recall, we modeled costing and options for this project, and that we determined that without any third-party funding that was dedicated to the project, that we needed to look at some other options to potentially phase this while getting a project that's actually approved and on the books. At the August 18th, 2025 council meeting, City Council endorsed initiating public engagement, and so we'll go through those results this evening. If council recall, we did go through a number of options. Historically, we've narrowed it down, and at the last council meeting in August 18th, 2025, we looked at a couple of options. One of them was the full build of an indoor-outdoor facility, and that was on the south side of the community on the same site that we're proposing now for the outdoor facility. And option 2 was the outdoor aquatics and Briar Run sports field with a deferred rec center. So really this would be phase 1 of a potential full indoor-outdoor build on the south side of the community. And the proposed tax increases, these were potential tax increases if we didn't have a third-party funder. So if we didn't have a partnership for funding, if this was all going to be paid for by the City of Medicine Hat. And that was in that first scenario of a full indoor and outdoor facility was 11 to 12.5%. And that is, even though you may be funding some of that from capital reserves, I think as Manager Dickey had explained earlier, that what you're looking at is offset investment revenue. So you've lost that investment revenue, and there's also a cost for debt servicing charges, so you're borrowing money. So those couple of combined factors came out to 11 to 12.5% with no other third-party funding. That's inclusive of operating costs. The outdoor aquatics and Briar Run sports field, the deferred rec center was 3.5 to 5%, and that was as a worst-case scenario. Council may recall that we said at the last meeting in August that that was not a target for us. That was modeling what we would be up against if we were no other third-party contributions. So I certainly won't go through all of the bullets on here, but this is actually taken from Shape Your City. Very excited that we had nearly 2,900 survey responses, and as Managing Director Hutter had indicated, the highest response rate to date on the Shape Your City platform. And I just really have to say that when we went out to the community, we tried a few different methods this time. We went out with postcards, which were essentially, if you think about it, like you're walking down the street in a large city, and someone's trying to get you to go to a Broadway play, and they're giving out cards saying, hey, come to this. We were really promoting the survey that way. And I appreciated the approach that Communications, Engagement, and Marketing took, where it was drive the traffic to where we want the responses. We did do some in-person interactions, but we always promoted the survey online. And I just have to say that the community really responded. So the survey ran from September 12th to 21st. It was a short period of time, very well marketed, and you can see, and then the next page I'll go through, we'll talk about some of where we went out with the survey. The full survey results are included in the council package. So those are the raw data. I appreciate that in a short period of time that the Communications, Engagement, and Marketing team went through and actually themed some of them. So we just have to say a little disclaimer that you may find some other themes that are in there that maybe haven't been fully themed yet in some of what you've seen in the council package. So certainly we're going through, there's a lot of detailed information about what the community was looking for as far as attributes of what a facility would look like. So that information, even though not a lot of it will be contained this evening, a lot of it will be used in future steps if we go that direction. So there was a number of different ways that the community we sought community feedback. So the directly affected neighbors, so there were 500 postcards and or emails that were sent out to the directly affected neighbors around there. We had some phone calls from the neighbors clarifying some information about where a pool would go. This is for the South Pool site, the 13th Avenue site. We had direct emails to 37 plus user groups. We handed out over 3,500 postcards at the different events, the Art in Motion, the Demo Powwow event, Pechakucha Night, Thrive, and then other 20 community locations where cards were dropped off. We had a meet and greet. So the consultant from EDS, I think everyone's familiar with John, and myself, we were at the Medicine Hat Public Library and at Big Marble Ghost Center on September 17th. We had over 35 conversations, but those were very focused, intentional conversations. Those individuals actually came to speak to us about the project. Interesting that when we tried to give cards away, most individuals said, we've already completed the survey. So we want to get more information. I already know where to find it. Good indication that this information was out to the public and people knew where to find it. Just a summary of the digital outreach. So the Shape Your City page had 7,751 visits to the page. There was a newspaper article that was promoting the project, e-news that was pushed out to subscribers, and then other media, which included social media, billboards, radio. We actually heard from the public that all of these, we heard feedback on all of these different mediums that were used. And so we know that it was an effective reach out to the community. So moving into the survey information, the survey demographics. Of the respondents, 88.7 lived in Medicine Hat or live in Medicine Hat. 60.8% live in the South residential sector. We know the majority of our population live in the South residential sector. 67.8% were aged 25 to 54, 65% female, and 31.4% were male. And then 66% had children or grandchildren living at home. I will talk on the total family income on another slide here and just how that compares to what some of the average income would be for a population. So I'm happy to say that we had very strong support, 81.9% support for the concept of building a destination outdoor pool on the south side of the community, given the reduction that we've seen in outdoor pools. Some of the highest ranking amenities that we saw were the lazy river. We heard that in lots of one-on-one conversations with the public, that was a very popular amenity. Water play structures, and then splash play. For respondents who used lane swimming, 34.9% preferred indoor lanes and over the 12.5% for outdoor lanes. There was a large percentage of people who didn't lane swim and didn't really have an opinion on it. Preliminary themes to support inclusion were more accessible swim times, working closely with those directly affected to find solutions. And then there was some very specific information around accessibility and how things would be more accessible to the public or more inclusive, and barrier-free site design and seating and food considerations. So we got a number of very detailed responses that are certainly very helpful if you move into a design stage. Regarding the sports field project, a question where we went out and asked the community if there was general support for the development of additional sports fields, and we had a 74.8% positive response for outdoor recreation in the community. To accompany slow pitch, softball, hardball, cricket, soccer, rugby, concession, and washroom services, the highest ranking amenities were playgrounds, walking trails, and day use picnic sites. The value statement most supported was we should develop recreation amenities while balancing the needs for local residents and promoting sport tourism and significant events. There's certainly a lot of themes that came out of this as well, as far as what would be included in design, and some of those are included in here and also in the council package. So support for the worst case tax increase. We had a 52.6% that were in support of the notion that some degree of tax dollars would need to be dedicated towards this project, both the development of an outdoor pool on the south side of the community and fields in Briar Run. We did not indicate that it was a support for a 5% or a 3.5%. It was to some degree, and I think that's important. We did have a high number of about 25% that were neutral on this. We did anticipate that even if we had a higher level of support for the project, that we would likely see a less level of support for a tax increase. Part of when we said the range of 3.5% to 5%, and that we would be pursuing opportunities for third-party funding, you're looking at what's the worst-case scenario, but you need to really have a project to be able to go to find funding partners. And so you say the worst-case scenario is this 3.5% to 5%, but we want to find funding to offset that. So that large neutral category may have been somewhat attributed to that, saying that the range of a worst-case scenario is 3.5% to 5% with the intention of finding funding that would lower that. So it certainly depends on what a tax increase would look like. Several comments, though, were indicated to us that not increasing taxes, looking for donations or innovative ways to reduce costs, keeping development simple, and practicing austerity. It's important to note that. It is also important to note that the survey sample represents a higher income bracket than overall city demographics, so conclusions should reflect this imbalance. Many efforts were made to seek out diverse communities to participate, however, time was limited in a short period of time. So Stats Canada would typically have 51.4% under 80,000, and this sample has 28.2% under 100,000. So certainly we have a higher income response to this, so that just needs to be taken into account when you look at a potential impact through taxes. Potential site. So this is the recommended site for construction of the destination outdoor pool. As we mentioned previously, this was a site that allows for future development of a recreation or an indoor facility on the same site. There's synergies between the outdoor pool and a potential future rec center in the future, if that's the next phase. There was very strong support, 81.4% support for this location proposed for the outdoor aquatic center. And comments related to this site, they really around some of the details, like could traffic be congested as Southlands is not a four-way street, and suggested having multiple entry points to mitigate congestion. Certainly questions about whether there would be ability for lower affordable housing near a recreation facility in the future. And then and some questions around the animals on the property. And we started getting some of these come in and we were saying, well, what animals like exactly were they referring to? But there is a stormwater area that our initial plans would be to have that as part of the site. And so there's kind of a natural park-like area there, and we would work that into the design. Some questions came from residents. I think it's important to note that on the north end of the property, there's some houses that when we originally looked at this, we said, well, where could everything fit on the site? We very quickly realized you can't put the outdoor pool in the very far north end of the site because that's going to be right up against properties. And I think I've mentioned that previously. So we had some calls from some residents wanting us to clarify that. Did talk about some ability to potentially put some trees along the north side of the property for some space and some sound barrier. But there is going to be a setback, certainly a significant setback from where the proposed outdoor pool location would be, and even a future rec center potentially in the future. The potential sports field development, the Briar Run site. So we know there was over 74% that were in support of the project, but we had 66.1% support the location proposed for the sports field. A number of comments were around the south end of town being a more preferred site, recognizing that we also had a majority of respondents were from the south end of the city. Also, some comments about street lighting, additional ice sheets needed in the community. So certainly we had lots of feedback from the community around not just this project, but we did get some information on other recreation facilities as well. There was some confusion initially about where Briar Run was, and so I appreciated that the communications engagement and marketing team worked really quickly to try to clarify that in some of the promotional material, because that was confusing for some residents. We did find even at the in-person events, we had some questions from patrons or attendees that wanted us to point this out. So 66.1% supported the proposed location. We also have 20% that were neutral on this, and some of the responses that we've looked at and said, can we interpret at least some of the responses in the neutral category being towards, I may support the project of developing sports fields in the community, but I'm not going to use them myself, so it doesn't really matter to me if they're north or south. What we've learned through engagement. So we had a survey not necessarily demographically representative. We know that there was an income difference between what we expected or would have liked to have seen from potentially lower income responses. But the survey sample was relatively large, so almost 2,900 responses. We know that we've got good data. To have, I would say, a greater reach into the community, we would have needed more time, which, time was something we certainly wanted to get back to council and see what, now that's been out in the community. I think that the team did a really good job going out and trying every avenue that they could to get responses and drive traffic to the Shape Your City site. Some key takeaways that we saw: there was strong support for the location of outdoor aquatics and future aquatic center development. We do know that there was lots of questions around potential closure of existing indoor facilities in the community, and some questions around why would we not be prioritizing an indoor facility before an outdoor facility. And a very valid question. We know that an outdoor facility doesn't buy us time with Crestwood Rec Center. What it does buy us is a project that is not 11 to 12.5% without a third-party funder. And so for us to be able to look at having a funding partnership, one of the options that we'll look at the end of the presentation is still talking about and planning for a future rec center and being able to potentially initiate those conversations at any point in time when, if there's funding opportunities. There's moderate support for development of sport tourism. There's some support for potential worst-case tax increase, with a preference, obviously, for no increase. There were questions about, as I mentioned, closure of other facilities. Our intention, and just to clarify, because this did come up at some of the in-person engagement, was our intention was not to go forward with the closure of Crestwood Rec Center to build an outdoor pool. We realize those are not like for like, and we had very passionate, very engaged individuals that came and talked to us. And I was surprised that I have to mention that some individuals came and said, we feel like you're going to close Crestwood Rec Center if you build the outdoor pool, but we still think that we need to move forward with the facility. And talked to a group who were users of Crestwood that said I still voted in favor of the project. We clarified that that was not the intent to close Crestwood Rec Center until we were at a spot that we had a potential future facility constructed, or if we had a major catastrophic failure, that we would be at a decision point with an older facility. But that's certainly not the intention of being tied to this project. So as we'll get into the options here, I'll go through these fairly quickly. Council, option number one, we've broken them out into the south side outdoor pool, and then we'll talk about the options for Briar Run. So option number one for the south side outdoor pool would be schematic design or preliminary design and initiate land acquisition negotiations for 13th Avenue. This is administration's recommended option. What we would require is a $3 million budget for funded out of capital reserves. There is a budget amendment form that's been included in the package. So $3 million budget for initial design to refine construction costs and program management to create a package of full cost to pursue third-party funding. So to get to that next level of detail around our final cost, we have to get into design. I always use the house example that you can talk about what it costs, but until you actually design the house and how many bedrooms it has, you don't know what it's going to cost you to build it. A majority of the schematic design would be applicable to an alternate site if we were unable to reach a purchase agreement with the current owner of that 13th Avenue site. We would return to City Council for approval of additional funding to purchase the land and next steps. So we would proceed with schematic design, and then we would negotiate an agreement that would have to come back to City Council for council approval. And we don't know yet at this point fair market value, what that is to be determined. We would have the option at that point in time, we come back with schematic design and a purchase agreement for council ratification. We have the option to pursue design of an indoor facility that we could review at that point in time when the purchase contract is presented to City Council. Administration would recommend that we take some step into the design of an indoor facility because we do want some synergies between the two facilities if we're eventually building an indoor facility on that site. Option two, land acquisition only, would be the 13th Avenue site. So we would require $80,000 for standard due diligence. We could reallocate this from our departmental capital budget on an interim basis until we went through with a potential purchase. And then we would return to council for approval of additional funding to purchase the land and next steps. Option three would be schematic design only. So $3 million budget for initial design to refine construction costs. The schematic design certainly could be moved to another site, again, if we couldn't reach that purchase agreement, and then return to City Council with schematic design and seek a decision on the 13th Avenue site. Or option four would be delay the project until third-party funding is secured. Certainly your lowest cost, no cost option, no upfront funding is required, does allow for contemplation of a full indoor and outdoor facility to be designed concurrently, but at some point we have to start design if we're going to get a funding partner. We've had some conversations. We know that this is a concept at this point, and so for us to have a firm commitment, it really depends on what we're building, and that's we're taking a step closer to that by getting some feedback from the community, but we do have limited ability to secure third-party funding without an approved project and more detailed costing. The options for Briar Run, detailed design only. This is our recommended option. With Briar Run, we do own the land, and so that's not something we have to go, there's no purchase agreement or anything that has to be contemplated. So that would be $900,000 for detailed design and program management. It allows for greater visibility of costs and design prior to decision on construction. So we go and do the design work and come back to council. Option two would be detailed design and construction. That's essentially the full project. So we just move forward with it and say, let's do $16 million required for the detailed design and construction. and then we would provide regular updates, but the project would essentially be going forward with construction. We are recommending option 1, saying that we come back with design and have a presentation before construction begins. Option 3 would be to defer the project. The financial impact of the recommended option, so that's the $3.9 million that we're looking for from capital reserves, is the budget gap would have a minor impact to the goal of balancing the budget gap by 2028, 0.19% tax rate impact expected. No impact to the debt limit. Minimum cash targets would be maintained with a cash reduction of $3.9 million to capital reserves between 2025 and 2027, and then no impact to free cash flow. So next steps, as today we've reported survey results. I know there's a lot more information in the council package. That was kind of the high level walkthrough of it, but there's certainly a lot more detail on survey responses. We would be putting that information out to the public on Shape Your City. So we'll share all of the data on Shape Your City. All of the information is the raw data that you see in there. There are some summary pages that have been added by Communications, Engagement, and Marketing to pull out some themes. And then also you'll see a question page, and then you'll see another one that's actually right from the survey report, but the questions gets actually cut off halfway. That's why that additional page was added in there, so that anyone who views that package can see what was the actual question, because it does get cut off in there. There are some comments that were redacted for 2 reasons. There were some comments that were redacted. You'll see a black mark through. If there was a name that was associated with an account where someone signed up for Shape Your City, if they used their account and put their information in there, that's been redacted. And the other reason was there potential offensive language in some of the comments. So appreciate the work through Communications, Engagement, and Marketing. I would say 98% of it is not at all redacted, but that was the 2 reasons why. You'll see that in the package. My apologies, I skipped there. So council decision on options today, and the council decision on next steps, we would see that coming in fall 2025 to winter 2026, depending what options are potentially pursued today. And we would continue our third-party funding discussions as we go through. We know that we've had some interest from, I would say the YMCA has indicated that they'd be interested in pursuing a potential full project, recognizing that they have some ability to help with fundraising opportunities and looking for grant funding opportunities, that that would be a desire for the full indoor and outdoor project. So that would be the indoor facility and the outdoor pool. And also some potential opportunities to look at where people could donate if they were looking for a potential tax receipt. We know that there's organizations like the Community Foundation. And so those conversations are happening, but the actual looking to pursue third-party funding from a provincial and federal level would occur if we were actually having an approved project. And thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions, if there's any.
All right, I'm not asking for a motion to be put on the floor yet, so we're just sticking with questions right now. So Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke, through the chair to James. So what I'm interested in is to know for the total price of the project, which is a big question mark right now, what percentage of the project would need to be grant funded or donation funded for there not to be a tax increase to the community?
Through the chair, 100%. Like if there was no tax, if we're pulling money out of capital reserves, or if we're taking money from, we didn't bring a borrowing bylaw today, because really a budget amendment from capital reserves would be where we would pull for this 3.9 million. Are you talking about the entire build of the second option, which is the outdoor pool in Briar Run?
So I'm thinking about reserve funding. So for example, if we go back to the operating grant proposal where you gave us option 3 and option 4, and there was one that affected taxation in the community, and one that was based on the and forgive me, I'm drawing a blank. What is the name of that fund that we would pull from for option 3? Endowment fund, thank you. So could we pull from endowment fund for any portion of this? And then in regards to, that's kind of what I'm wondering. So there's this relationship between the endowment fund or any sort of fund that could contribute to the build out of this project. So again, you're telling me that there has to be 100% grant funding for there to be no, like there has to be a degree of reserves that we can pull from that wouldn't impact the tax base. Am I on the wrong path here?
Madam Chair, could I maybe ask Managing Director Barta to respond?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, whenever you're utilizing any sort of funds within the city, so whether that be in reserves or even through debt or anything like that, you are incurring costs or you're forgoing investment revenue. So if you were to pull out of the endowment fund, you're reducing the amount of reserves that we have available to invest. So you are forgoing that investment revenue that could be obtained on those funds. So there is a cost whenever we're using any type of city funds.
Through the chair, follow up if you don't mind. Okay, so maybe it's the way that I'm asking the question that's not making sense. Okay, I'm gonna put that on the back burner for now. That I understand, that makes sense to me. I'll just put it to the side for now. So obviously there has been, now I'm gonna start making comments. So I'm gonna wait because we need a motion on the floor before I start making comments, but I appreciate you answering my question. Thank you.
So I don't have anyone else on the speaker list for questions. So if we're going to commentary, okay. So we would need to have a motion on the floor to go into commentary. If someone wants to make that or make an alternate motion.
Well,
Councillor Hirsch.
just to get the conversation started, I move that council provide approval, direction, and funding in the amount of 3.9 million for preliminary design to be funded through capital reserves related to the options outlined in the report.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We will now go to comments. Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. So this is going to be a bit contradictory to what I said in regards to the cost of our operating grants. And I understand there's certain compromise that we have to make in order to offer services. And I think that what we've been hearing from the community is this financial crisis. At the same time, we have been hearing how important it is for recreation in the South to exist, to come to fruition. And it's been a long time coming that this has been in the works, the planning. So I think I recognize the 3.9 million is a massive decision to make on our very last council meeting, so I'm hesitant about that. But I also, as I said in my thank you to the community statement in the councillor announcements, this is a project that is really, really important in my perspective. So whether we support option one for the rec center in the South, I'm less concerned about. I understand the need for Briar Run right now. I recognize that you've educated us about the need for that in regards to access in the community. My priority is advancing at least option two for recreation in the South tonight. But if council is on board for the full amount, I can't see that happening tonight, but it is important to me and I would like to see it happen. So thank you.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. Not very often we get mixed up, hey, Councillor Van Dyke. So thank you for that, Director Will. I do have a couple of comments and then a statement. So when I look at, much to Councillor Knodel's point about using the endowment, so we have, I think it's, what do we have in there? 618 million restricted and 170 million unrestricted. And I know a lot of that is for the abandonment and outstanding debt. But we made 6.69% on our investment. So can we not look at using a portion of the endowment Because I agree with Councillor Knodel, we can't look at an increase, but we've also been on this for 4 years. I think it was our very first meeting you got pegged with this, and it's just such a long process and going back to the drawing board, and I don't think people understand how long this is. So I guess I agree, like, seeing a tax increase isn't the answer, but I wonder why we can't look at the endowment fund, and you're right, we're gonna take a loss on revenue, but if we're making 6.6% or almost 7%, which is above the current benchmark, is that not worth taking it?
Through the chair to Councillor Sharps. So that estimate is, I think you're pulling that from the triennial report. That's at a point in time, or that's what we're forecasting to the end of the year. That doesn't necessarily mean that we will get that. So that's one point. We can utilize the endowment fund. So the bylaw currently states that we can utilize anything over and above CPI. We currently have allocated, I believe it's $5 million in the 25 and 26 budget to be used for projects already. So I don't believe that we could utilize anything further from that fund. If we wanted to use that $5 million that's already been allocated out, we'd have to find other funding sources for whatever we're utilizing the endowment fund for. So that's the other point. And just with respect to investment earnings, currently our budget, 2025 budget, includes an 11.1 million budget gap or deficit at this time, which we are funding through reserves. The investment income that is coming in will help offset that budget gap. So if you recall, when Manager Dickey was presenting, he said we're forecasting a 9 million deficit. So part of that is due, and you'll see this shortly at Audit Committee, part of that is due to higher investment earnings, which will help draw that budget gap down.
I appreciate that. I still think that if there's a potential to look at the 5 million that we're using towards others, this isn't a fly-by-night project. This has been something this council's been working on. And I do believe that there's also a loss with tourism by not having these facilities in place. I hear from people all the time, I think we all do, that we don't have these facilities, and they say, well, I'll go to Lethbridge, and I don't want you to go to Lethbridge, but we don't have anything. So we do have to look at what we're gonna do, and in my mind, this is exactly what municipal government does, is it's parks, it's playgrounds, it's swim, it's recreation. That is what we should be doing. That is our core focus. So I am gonna support this motion. I would hope that we can look at the 3% increase or whatever it is, that is, to me, a non-starter. The money needs to come from a different, and maybe it's a different project that gets reallocated to 2026. I'm not sure. We'll leave that for the next council, but I do think this is an important step forward, and it's been 4 years in the making, so it needs to proceed.
Councillor Hirsch.
Well, to say I'm struggling with this is an understatement. You know, it's funny, normally, I was talking to Councillor Dumanowski at break, and we kind of reminisced a little bit. Normally, last council meetings are rather lame. They're perfunctory platitudes, saying goodbyes, that sort of thing. But instead, we've got a 691-page package tonight, and we've got a major decision in front of us. The challenge I run into, and by the way, we needed to take this course of action. It was actually mid-term, previous term, where Facilities of the Future was first discussed and brought forward. So it does take some time for it to get here. The challenge I run into is lobbing a grenade at the next council. And oh, by the way, we're moving forward with this. And I got people up in the galleries that are hopeful to be on council. And I do reflect on previous councils that have lobbied grenades at the next council. And I guess I struggle a little bit whether or not to make this decision tonight. Or maybe just signify, hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're all queued up here. Some fantastic work done by staff, and you mentioned it, Director Will, the people that were involved. And, you know, now knowing that we've got a newly formed council, quite frankly, going to be sitting here and getting sworn in on October, or I guess it'll be November, early November. I guess my question is before, and it will help my understanding, if this does, and I say let's defer this decision to the next council and highlight, and they're all up there, that this may make it a priority, and maybe the motion becomes that this item comes for decision, you know, within the, what would it be, the third, fourth quarter of 2025, like we always do. But more importantly, I guess my question, Director Will, is construction inflation. So if we were to turn the wheel on that, and I grew up in construction, so I understand really the start off and the takeoff point, you know, you wouldn't necessarily be, I know you're looking at design and costing and that sort of stuff, but the actual implementation, the turning over the soil isn't until spring, that sort of thing. So, and the information is at hand, which is easily digestible. It's easy for people to understand. You guys did some great work. So my question is there, can you help me make my decision of the pros and cons of deferring it to the next council, which would be in 1 month's time? Can it get brought back quickly? Could this be a priority for the next council for them to activate? Either or, you know, we can initially, I see that there's different options that we can keep the ball moving, but just your thoughts on that. What's the implications if this does get deferred? Is there, oh my God, this is mission critical, we need to move forward on this? I just want your sense.
Thank you. Through the chair. It's tough, it can be tough to say that, you know, a month delay is going to put it off when we've been working on this for so long. That being said, it will impact in the short term a potential RFP going out for design that will get, like, when we have a construction season, we don't have all year round, right? So that could end up, in the worst case, could end up pushing it a full construction season instead of actually being able to start in 2026. I don't have Mr. Hoagland, Director Hoagland here, but we've talked about the tight timelines for that. That being said, understanding that, you know, we're coming, administration coming back to council to really, this was council's priority, so we wanted to come back to this council recognizing the position we're in, but it may push a construction season. That is the one real potential risk. I know I did speak with Director Hoagland about getting design and being able to go out to RFP, have submissions, and then have your, you know, getting your initial, this is just preliminary design, and then be able to come back with, this is what we see from preliminary design. This won't be full design. This will be just this initial design, preliminary design that will allow us to also concurrently seek funding partnerships, but then go out to the community again and say, okay, so this is what we've heard from this survey, which you have the raw information. We've tried to incorporate some of this in design. We're still at a stage where we can make changes. And then we go to the community and say, does this look right? And that takes time. And so, you know, every delay, I think, is, the weeks are precious for us, right? But we have short construction seasons. So I would just, that would be my feedback.
No, and so what I heard from you is that if this was to get deferred there, and I totally agree, and that's why I brought it up on the construction and the timings, the seasonality around it. So, so what I heard from you is that if we move forward with this tonight, there might be still the ability, even though there'd be an expenditure. I think it's, your body of work actually was very illustrative that the community has spoken. So that does give me some solace. I just need to understand from you, was there a time to take a breath, or we move this forward? So thank you.
Mayor Clark.
Thank you very much. I apologize if this is a very dumb question, but if I heard you say this is preliminary design, not even the detailed design, and I know you don't set the prices, but why does that cost $4 million? Like, what are we getting for that $4 million? I know it's 3.9, but I'm rounding.
So thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Your Worship. The design costs are typically a percentage of your construction costs. And so if there's design costs, your project management costs, I don't have that breakdown in front of me, but if we're at 30% design, you still have time to make changes. And I know there's people that probably are in this room that are more well-versed with me about what percentage of actual design completion where you can actually make substantive changes. And that would be getting a lower and lower amount as you get to 60% design, at 90% design, and then you get final design completion. So there are different phases, but it's typically a percentage of what your overall project is. So if it's a, $15 million project, you can look at maybe 10 to 15% for that design cost. That's fairly standard in construction, and that's not unique to municipal government. That would be standard with facility construction. So we would get preliminary design, we'd be at, I apologize, I don't know if it's 25 or 30%. I neglected to bring that sheet with me. That would be in our fleet facilities and asset management department that would oversee the actual tendering. They're basically ready and within a short period of time, I would say weeks at the latest, that they would be able to issue the RFP for that preliminary design.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Van Dyke. Through you to Director Will, I'm still kind of unclear about what we are actually receiving. Are we receiving stamped engineered drawings that just need a bit of tweaking, or like what does this $4 million get us? I know you said preliminary design, but if you could explain in more detail what exactly we would have ownership of if we spent the $4 million to get the preliminary design. Preliminary.
Through the chair. So about 30% design, we'd start to look at some offsite servicing. We'd look at drawings for what we need to do with utility on-site servicing. We'll be looking at roadway connectivity, design for the pool itself that would allow us enough latitude to make a change. So if you say it's about 30% done, I would say if we're painting a picture, we've got the outline, we're starting to fill in some of the detail. What we're missing is that fine level of detail. And that would come at your 60% and at your 90%. So we're really looking at that 30%. It's not recognizing that in a previous presentation, I presented what looked like some images, a drawing. That was really intentional so that it didn't look like a design drawing for it. We said, this is just a concept at this point. The design drawing itself will come from feedback from the community. We've got a lot of that from the survey. We said, what needs to be included? We know what other designs are in other communities. So to come back with a 30% design allows us still some latitude to change that, but it's a more than just a concept. We're actually getting into where do the pipes connect? How does this potentially connect into another indoor facility? So it does get to where you've got architects, you've got designers that are working on projects, similar projects like this, some expertise or ability for a main consultant to tap into experts and all over the country potentially, but it would actually be a design that would get into that level of where the pipes go, but not to a level that is the final signed off. Like this is a construction drawing now. So I'm not sure if I've explained it any better. Or if there's
You have one more follow-up. Thank you very much. And we do not, just to clarify, we do not have within the entire city internal resources to do this work.
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right, moving on to Councillor Sharps.
Sorry, just to piggyback off Mayor Clark, I did have a question. I think it's standard procedure to do a preliminary, because that's what we did with Heron Crossing. Could I just get some clarity on that? Is that true, not true, crazy?
Through the chair, yeah, we have to do preliminary design. So you typically, for any of our projects, whether it's an irrigation system or if it's a facility, or we'll start with preliminary design. We'll say, okay, this, we can move this could be moved around. It's enough of design that says we're now getting into where the real challenges come. We can say we're gonna have a site servicing issue, or we've got we need to upgrade this, or, some of that stuff's done through a tabletop exercise. And again, this isn't, because I'm not an architect, I can't tell you exactly what level is in and out, but for all of our projects, we'll go through a 30, 60, and 90% design, and then we'll have a final completion at the end. So that's fairly standard.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted clarity. Thank you.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. Through the chair, this might go to Managing Director Pancoast, I'm not sure, City Manager, but I'm really curious about our electrical capacity as it relates to this project. I know that's what we're going to be spending the money on, but we've been hearing for 4 years that we have an electrical issue in the south and the ability to supply electricity in that area. So I'm wondering if, right off the hop, if this thing is going to be, I guess, in any type of delay because of electrical power needs.
Thank you. Through the chair, with respect to electrical capacity, now that we do have approval from the Alberta Utilities Commission to build MHS 11, our new substation intended for the south, we do believe that it could be in place before any construction is completed for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Thank you. Through the chair, just building off some of the comments, Councillor Hirsch and I were reminiscing, and certainly this is unprecedented even in my time on council to have a decision item like this at the last meeting. Having said that, some of the conversations prior to today, MCC and others, I have some trepidation in bringing those up, but there were questions around or points made around the validity of bringing those up in the last months of a term versus a new council, and fettering the new council's ability to have some decision-making authority and autonomy on items. At first blush, the same kind of thought comes to my mind around this, is whether or not this council should be making this decision or not. Having said that, I recognize that it was one of the strategic priorities of this council in this term, and one of the amended priorities of this council to move this project forward. We've been talking, and I'm going to say we because I've been part of it. We've been talking about building a south side recreation or pool facility of this kind for many years, many years. At some point, it is have some vision and build it, and it will come, and they will come. And when I say they, grant opportunities. I'm a little bit, I firmly believe, no different than Canalta and Alcoa Place, which took 10 years to grow legs and finally get going, including my partnership in that decision-making, was around funding, scope, partnerships, grant opportunities, et cetera. But without this next step, none of that can really happen. I mean, truthfully, it can't. This is significant dollars. This is a significant lever being pulled to say, yes, we want to move ahead. And so what gives me some confidence, Councillor Hirsch made the point, is that we had a pretty significant, without a doubt, survey with over 2,800 survey respondents of all variety, meaning different interest groups, et cetera. And that's unprecedented. And it really does tell me, and the fact that within that survey, they were asked, this could include will include an additional tax increase. Now, in perfect form, half of them said yes, they could accept that, and half of them essentially said no or did not agree. This decision item today is timely. It is, I think, incumbent upon this current council after more thought to make the decision, because it was our strategic priority. It's our decision from the standpoint of all the years of back-end information that's been coming forward. And it's not that the next council couldn't and won't be able to further the project, but I think it is the responsibility of this council to make that decision. I hesitate to imagine that people will be happy to have 3.5 or 5% added on to the current projected tax rate, but the data says they are open to that suggestion, and certainly the final product will have to be determined. My last point is Co-op Place, as we know it now, had the same kind of belief statement in place. We had to move to this first phase. There were multiple phases, but we had to move to that phase. We had to, it enabled us to start pursuing other opportunities for partnerships and grants. But in the end, the cost and scope of the project ballooned. It really did. I suspect this will. And in the end, not only did we have to work with that, but we had to make some meaningful project cutbacks in order to stay on budget. So more steps to come. Decisions the next council will certainly have to play, but I believe today's decision item before us is ours to own, and I will be in support.
Councillor McGrogan.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, obviously the easy decision for those of us that have aspirations on staying at this table is to defer this. But I have to agree with Councillor Dubanowski. This is a decision that we have been, we've had on the table our whole term. And one of the criticisms of this group is that we haven't been making decisions, that we keep deferring things out the door and to the next council. So I'm going to support this, and in some ways quite reluctantly, because I am worried about the tax implications, but I do think that it's kind of like the Stampede Board. It's like, you know, we say, are we going to, well, once the province tells us they're going to support it, we'll support it. And, you know, so we keep going back and forth, but until somebody commits and walks down that aisle and says, we're going to do this, then we're not going to have a willing partner. So I think this is the first step to that. So I'm, I guess, warily going to support this.
Councillor Hyder, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Van Dyke. I could not agree with my dear friend and Councillor Dumanowski more. You said it perfectly, Robert, and we need to see this through. This is one of our first big ticket items. I'm in full support of this. Our community needs a well-rounded place to be, and with that is recreation. And we do a wonderful job when we do this. We do it right and we do it wonderful. So I am supportive of this, and I'm excited to see what the future holds. Thank you, James, for all your work on this.
All right, seeing no further speakers, we will vote on the motion. Councillor Hyder, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mayor Clark, how do you vote?
I'm in favor.
Thank you, and that's unanimous. All right, moving on to 10.4 Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity Advocacy Committee. And the city manager will speak to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you on page 642, it is the Southeast Economic Opportunity Advocacy Committee. The recommended motion is that that City Council approve the establishment of the Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity Advocacy Committee, adopt the terms of reference as presented, and appoint an elected official to the Advocacy Committee at the upcoming organizational meeting at the beginning of November. And this group is one of five of the 5 partnering municipalities: the Village of Foremost, the Town of Bow Island, Town of Redcliffe, County 40 Mile, and Cypress County, to develop the Southeast Economic Opportunity Strategy and Action Plan.
Thank you very much. I have some questions from Mayor Clark to start, please.
My apologies, that was a remnant.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I just had a really quick question. How does this Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity Advocacy Committee align or work with Palliser Economic? Because it's a lot of the same players. There's just more in PEP. So is it redundant? Is it complementary?
Online, we have Selena, and she will be able to provide further comment
you.
on that.
Please go ahead, Manager McLean Moore.
Hi, all. Thank you very much. So Councillor Sharps, my answer to that is that this is really, this is about implementation of the Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity Strategy and Action Plan. And so the advocacy work would be done based on the projects that are going to be coming from that plan.
And so you don't see any duplicitous with PEP?
Well, at this point in time, I would say that the first item that we will be advocating for would not extend past the city of Medicine Hat at this point in time.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we keep an eye on it, because nothing worse than having conflicting committees that we are committed to and then see controversy within them. Because I think everybody's just trying to move forward with good economic development. So I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Director Moore.
I see no other speakers, and I want to apologize, Director McLean Moore, for calling you manager and not director. We will go to a vote. Oh, I need a motion.
I'll make a
Sorry.
motion. I move that council.
Jumping ahead.
I move that council approve the establishment of the Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity Advocacy Committee, adopt the terms of reference as presented, and appoint an elected official to the Advocacy Committee at the upcoming municipal organizational meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, now we will go to a vote. Mayor Clark?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Hyder?
I vote yes.
Thank you. And that's unanimous. All right, we're on to 10.5, Mayor and Council Salary and Wages 2026 Budget Increase. And the city manager will be speaking to this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you on page 650 is the Mayor and Council Salary and Wages 2026 budget increase. The recommended motion is that council approve the increase of $107,571 to the 2026 budget for Mayor and Council salary and wages funded through operating reserves. And to follow is the background of the analysis of the motion.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Knodel.
Thanks, Councillor Van Dyke. I actually think we need to put the motion on the floor first because it's more of a comment. So I'll make that motion. I make a motion that council approve an increase of $107,571 to the 2026 budget for the mayor and council salary and wages funded through operating reserves.
I'll second that.
Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. So my comment is just that I've seen and heard a fair amount of conversation in the community regarding this particular change affecting us and that we're doing it for this particular group. And I just wanted to make it known that as we see in the motion, it'll be the 2026 budget, but it will affect the next council. So understanding that, I think that it makes sense to align mayor and council salaries to changes in the economic environment, and with that, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I also, I agree with everything you just said, Councillor Knodel. I also say that, you know, when you talk about pay and salary, and this item actually was written really quite well, council members are to be remunerated at levels that are sufficient to encourage competent and community-minded residents to seek public office. They are set at levels considered appropriate to the demands of the roles and to their value in the community. So I think if you see 39 people running, you're telling us exactly what you think is valuable to the community. So we can't in one hand say that's valuable and then say pay $40,000. Even with this increase, we are still under 50 percentile. So we are not at the middle. We're not even close to the middle. So I think that I am more than happy to bring the next council up to something that is at least at the 50th, like, I think it's at 49 percentile for the region. So I have no problem supporting this.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other names on the speaker list, we will vote. Councillor Hyder?
I vote yes.
And Mayor Clark?
I vote yes as well.
Thank you. That passes. We will move on now to 10.6, enhancing the City of Medicine Hat whistleblower policy. And the sponsor of this is Councillor Sharps, if you'd like to speak to this.
Would you like me to put the motion on the table or speak to it first? Okay. I will speak to it first. So, sorry, I am sucking back halls back here, so I do apologize if I'm still chewing on them. So I brought this forward a couple of times, and in the last conversation, I decided to do it one more time because there's been substantial changes across the province. And that is, I put into the package, I created a sheet for everyone to look at. So I'm going to read this. I believe it's to enhance the City of Medicine Hat whistleblower policy. The City of Medicine Hat adopted a whistleblower policy, 8046, to provide mechanism for employees and volunteers to disclose wrongdoing. And whereas best practices in municipal governance emphasize transparency, accountability, and protection for individuals who disclose wrongdoing. And whereas other municipalities, including Calgary, Grand Prairie, Edmonton, have adopted whistleblower systems that allow anonymous third-party reporting and extend eligibility beyond employees to contractors in many cases. Whereas independent anonymous reporting mechanisms increase public confidence, reduce the risk of retaliation, and strengthen the organization culture. Therefore, be it resolved that administration be directed to review policy 8046, which is the whistleblower policy, and come back with recommendation amendments to extend eligibility for whistleblower reporting to include contractors, suppliers, and members of the public. Introduce an independent third-party reporting mechanism that allows for anonymous disclosure. Strengthen anti-retaliation protections for whistleblowers. Provide annual anonymized reporting on the number and types of disclosures received and outcomes to the new council. Bring forward an updated whistleblower policy to council for approval by end of Q4 2025. So when I was going over this again, and I was doing some work for a client, and that's why it was quite easy for me to redo this work. So a couple of things. Right now, it only applies to employees and volunteers. Reporting is internal to the HR and the city manager only. Anonymous reporting is not supported, and it's excluded, and council is explicitly excluded. So when I started comparing other municipalities, Calgary has a third-party hotline. Anonymous is allowed, open to staff, open to contractors, but not open to council. Grand Prairie is third-party, anonymous allowed, open to staff, contractors, and public. Wetaskiwin was open to everybody, staff, contractors, public, and council. And then Red Deer City was employees only, but uses third-party anonymous for anybody else. So I would like to see third-party reporting mechanisms, and we adopt an independent hotline portal to receive and triage the disclosures. I do not believe that this should be internal to HR or the city manager. I think we need to expand the scope to staff, contractors, and the public, and make sure that people clearly, they feel safe in this environment and don't have retaliation provisions. So one of the key things, as if you scroll down and look at the chart that I provided, Medicine Hat is yes to staff and then no to almost every other contractors, public, council, anonymous, and we are probably the absolute weakest. And not that, you know, I would want this to be the strongest, but I want to make sure that we nip these problems in the bud. And if we have a whistleblower, it's clear that if you have a good whistleblower, you can usually handle a lot of the problems that are coming and then end up being a really big deal 6 months later if we can
people can feel like they can come forward on a whistleblower. So I did briefly run this past HR, since this has been sitting in here for a couple of weeks now. And I don't know if Director Koken's on the line, but I did run it past her to see if she thought my assessment had changed or was wrong compared to what the environment is out there in the public and with other municipalities, and she did not. So I thought it was a good time to bring this forward. That's it. Would you like me to reread the motion?
I'm not, do you have it available on the screen? Okay, yeah, if you would please read it then. To put the motion forward, thank you.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Council direct administration to review policy 8046, whistleblower policy, and recommend amendments to extend the eligibility for whistleblower reporting to include contractors, suppliers, and members of the public. Introduce an independent third-party reporting mechanism that allows for anonymous disclosures. Strengthen the anti-retaliation protection for whistleblowers, and provide an annual anonymized reporting on the number and types of disclosures received and the outcomes to council. That way council will be able to see if it works or not. Bring forward an updated whistleblower policy to council for approval for the next council, approval by Q4 2025.
I'll second that.
Thank you, and I have Councillor Hirsch on the speaker list.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to staff, kudos to Councillor Sharps for digging in here. I think the challenge is we certainly want and want to exude all proper behaviors, and this kind of speaks to it a little bit in terms of accountability. The question I have is number 2. Is it realistic for us to get it back, or this next council get it back by Q4 2025? Because there is some analysis that's going to have to be done. We're talking about a brand new policy. Is that realistic? I just don't want anything coming back rushed that just for the sake of getting it to us. So I just wanted to throw that into administration's lap to see if that's realistic, and maybe through the city manager or whoever wants to report to.
Thank you, through the chair. In speaking with Director Koken, this could be something that we can bring back in that timeframe.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, we will vote. We just have to wait for Councillor Sharps. Councillor
favor.
Hyder? Oh, sorry. Mayor Clark?
Is in favor.
And Councillor Hyder?
I vote yes.
Yeah, Andy. Sorry. And that's unanimous. All right, we will move on to 10.7 legal fees, Mayor Clark. And I am not sure how we are moving forward with this one. Mayor Clark?
The motion is in the package. I can read it and perhaps make the motion and get a seconder. And then speak to it. Subject to Mr. Bullock.
Councillor Hirsch.
I just would like to defer this matter, not defer the matter, but just put this to discussion. We've had an inspection done talking about pecuniary interest and that sort of thing, and with all the greatest respect, I'm not so sure the mayor can bring this forward as a motion when already that becomes a pecuniary interest right there, and I don't know, she'd indicated that she would speak to it as well, which is again a breach of the pecuniary interest, so I guess I defer.
If you read the legal opinions, it isn't a breach of.
I think I had the floor at the time.
My apologies.
Thank you. Just wanted to see what the position was with Solicitor Bullock on this. Thanks.
Solicitor Bullock?
Through the chair, and this has come up before, this question's been asked of me before, and my answer is it's really up to individual council members to police themselves on pecuniary interests. It's not, like, I'm not the personal lawyer for individual council members. They have to make that judgment call on their own and seek legal advice on their own if they have a doubt or a question about it. So I'm going to leave that in the hands of Mayor Clark.
Mayor Clark?
So I'm going to make the request, which is clearly something that I am permitted to do. The motion that I've suggested is that whereas the events contained in the attached chronology, which is in the agenda, resulted in Mayor Clark incurring legal fees as follows, and important or pertinent to this motion, it is the judicial review in the amount of $59,675.68. And whereas at the August 18th, 2025 regular council meeting, agenda item 9.1, legal fee reimbursement was addressed as follows. I provided introductory remarks on the matter, then recused myself. Councillor Sharps, who is then deputy mayor, resumed the chair. I returned to ask some questions, or answer some questions from council. And then Councillor Sharps moved and Councillor Van Dyke seconded that council directs administration to immediately pay and reimburse legal fees. A bunch of other stuff happened, resulting in me not being reimbursed for my judicial review legal expenses. I was only indemnified for the legal fees incurred by me in light of City Manager Mitchell's demand letter and demand letter. Eventually, Councillor McGrogan, seconded by Councillor Sharps, moved that council directs administration to seek legal counsel regarding Mayor Clark's indemnity and in relation to the alleged misconduct to determine if it is in fact covered under the indemnification policy or other city policies related to expense reimbursement. And the city solicitor's office sought such opinion, and it was the opinion from external counsel that council is permitted to approve the reimbursement of my legal fees incurred in the course of the judicial review pursuant to the then enforced Code of Conduct, Council Code of Conduct, Section 16.1. I would also like to expand on that if I am permitted to provide a submission in relation to the reimbursement of my legal fees. I was forced to incur these legal fees because of council's unlawful sanctions against me. This is not about the breach of the Code of Conduct or anything else. It is regarding the sanctions that the Alberta Court of King's Bench overturned as overwhelmingly disproportionate and unreasonable in its ruling. And sanctions publicly admitted by councillors after the fact that considered alleged conduct beyond the Code of Conduct complaint, which I had no opportunity to respond to, which is contrary to the principles of procedural fairness, as it provided me with zero procedural fairness. And not only that, it would have undoubtedly resulted in even harsher criticism of the councillors that imposed the sanctions by the courts, and more so undermine the public confidence in an institution and its processes, ultimately defeating the purpose of their conduct enforcement system. So as stated by Justice Nation in the decision, under a disciplinary scheme, regulatory sanctions are not intended to be punitive, and there must be proportionality between the wrongdoing and the penalty. This court has found that levying crushing or unfit sanctions can have the effect of undermining public confidence in an institution and its processes, ultimately defeating the purpose of their conduct and enforcement system. When council imposed these measures, I did not have a choice. I had no alternative but to retain external legal counsel, participate in judicial proceedings, and defend my rights as the rights and the integrity of the mayor's office. These were not personal legal fees. Each dollar went towards defending against sanctions the court has now confirmed were unlawful. If I had not acted, I would have accepted not only immense personal and professional harm, but a dangerous precedent for all elected officials in our city and beyond. My legal fees for the judicial review, nearly $60,000, arose from the actions of council, not a private dispute. The council packet shows exactly what was spent and why. I'm asking for remuneration in defense against the Code of Conduct sanctions, and critically, judicial review forced by council's decision on sanctions. I would also add that the councillors that imposed the sanctions that were found to be overwhelmingly disproportionate and unreasonable had all of their legal fees paid. But it also didn't stop there. Enterprise Canada is a leading Canadian public affairs firm that focuses on government relations, digital and public relations. I have received an email dated March 27th, 2024 from our then CFO to Deputy Mayor Knodel stating, Deputy Mayor Knodel, have you connected with Enterprise Canada regarding a communication strategy for council on mayor sanctions, including a response to Mayor Clark's? I was not provided a similar opportunity, and nor was I involved in those discussions. I also note that I have received an email dated August 7th, 2024 that seems to outline that because I was submitting notices of motion, certain individuals on council perceived those to be intentionally, like me intending to embarrass a person or with complete disregard to the effect that the city was cast in, which are both untrue. It also outlines a proposed motion and admits that the meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs was not a mediation. The Code of Conduct bylaw in place at the time and the legal opinion provided to council all confirm that this council has both the discretion and the responsibility to reimburse these costs. I would argue that you are required to do so when such reimbursement arises in the context of good faith execution of official municipal duties, especially when unlawful sanctions are overturned in court. Reimbursement is not just fair, it is required by principles of equity and precedent. Councillors and the city administrator who faced similar proceedings have had their fees paid. To deny my claim would be to discriminate against the office of the mayor itself. And having noted that, I have provided council with evidence that, and council is aware, that the indemnification policy, neither the indemnification policy nor the code of conduct supported the reimbursement of the city manager's legal fees. Whereas in my case, the code of conduct bylaw that was in force at the time does permit council to reimburse my legal fees. And just to rebut some of the arguments that were made at the last council meeting on process and seeking legal advice, there was a question on the indemnification policy and whether I followed procedure. I did attempt to use the indemnification policy, reaching out to the city solicitor as outlined. I was told, however, that my request did not fit the criteria at the time because it was not technically a claim as defined in the policy. Ironically, this same procedural gap is why council directly funded legal fees for others, including City Manager Mitchell, outside of this policy. It would be inconsistent and unfair to hold me to a different standard. Further, the Code of Conduct bylaw and our general expenses policy gives council the authority to approve reimbursement in situations like mine, where legal costs arise from the performance of official duties. On precedent, that is, paying my fees would open the door to unlimited claims. The suggestion that paying my legal fees would open a floodgate is not supported by council's own practice. Council routinely applies discretion and has already reimbursed legal expenses for councilors and staff involved in code of conduct or legal disputes. Not all of those had to come to council. My expenses stem directly from specific serious matters of governance and compliance, not from arbitrary legal shopping. Council remains the gatekeeper for approving such claims, and that discretion remains safe. On proportionality, fault, and claims that I could have avoided judicial review, pursuant to section, I apologize, I expressed such a statement is antithetical to the actual sanctions levied, implemented, and continued, and statements made to me, the media, or in my presence by members of council. It is, I have expressed that the meeting with George Cuff and the meeting with Minister Rick McIver were not mediations, nor did I receive an offer of settlement from this council. It is contrary to reason that council would propose such extreme sanctions if all they wanted was an apology. It is also contrary to reason that a council would think that me issuing an apology in absence of removing the other sanctions, the extreme sanctions imposed by council, would restore the functional working relationship between the parties. Neither of the two reference meetings, one an outside municipal expert, i.e. George Cuff, and the other with a government minister, were mediations. They were clearly not mediations. I did meet with two councillors on June 18th, 2024. At this meeting, I expressed that I felt that I was being the recipient of abusive behavior by certain members of council, city manager, and George Cuff during our presentation, or his presentation to us. And they did not disagree. One of the councillors asked if I was open to out-of-court resolution regarding the judicial review. I said that I was open to that. That councillor then went on to indicate that they thought they could get the rest of council to agree on what I needed to do. Her suggestion was not an apology, which was inconsistent with what was being said in the media at that time by councillors. It was unclear to me what the action that this person proposed that I take would mean for the sanctions imposed upon me. For example, retroactive reinstatement of my salary or reinstatement of my ability to speak directly with city employees. I also did not fully believe that the suggestion presented would satisfy council or the city manager. Therefore, I communicated to this counselor that I was open to out of court resolution. However, I would appreciate that person finding out what council actually wanted or would actually agree to. This person appeared to understand. However, no further communications happened in this regard, and I did not hear back from this person and with respect to what council actually wanted or would agree to. While it's true that relationships were strained and that all sides could have communicated better, the Alberta Court of King's Bench ruled the sanctions imposed on me were overwhelmingly disproportionate and unreasonable, regardless of any initial code of conduct breach. The largest portion of my fees, about $60,000, arose only because I had to challenge those unlawful sanctions. Blaming me for defending my rights, the office, and ultimately the public interest is neither fair nor consistent with the principles of justice. The court's decision is clear on where the primary responsibility lies. Those are my comments. In summary, I've acted in good faith within the law and in direct response to serious governance challenges ultimately vindicated by the courts. And I am just talking about the sanctions. Holding me to a different or harsher standard than others, or forcing me to bear the full personal cost of actions found unlawful by the courts would be inequitable and contrary to the very principles our governance is meant to uphold. I urge council to approve the motion that is in the package regarding my legal fees. And with that, I can leave the meeting, and I would ask that someone text me or Teams me when the discussion has been completed.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Someone will text you or message you when we're done.
Thank you.
So we have no motion on the table. Did she make the motion? But no one seconded.
I'm going to second it.
Okay. I don't think. Yeah, I think she said the motion was in the package and it needs to be. I think we need a motion, a seconder for it.
I just think we need to check if she's read the motion, that's fine, but I'm not so sure that she did, and we should get it on the table and get a seconder and just get this dealt with, in my view. I'd be happy to make the motion just to get it on the floor if there's some debate or question about it. Yeah.
Okay, the city clerk believes she started with the whereases, and at the end, she said the motion is in the package. So I would need someone to make a motion and to second it.
I'll make a motion that council direct administration to immediately pay and reimburse legal fees incurred by Mayor Clark to date in relation to the Code of Conduct complaint, including the judicial review in the amount of $59,675.68 as permitted by section 16(1) subsection I of the then enforced council Code of Conduct bylaw.
I'll second that.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you very much. So I said it in the last meeting, but I'm going to repeat it since we're doing this again. A couple of things come to play when you read everything here. So first and foremost, I think the email that it's now out in the open that Mayor Clark sent council only about some concerns with performance management, and it found its way into the hands of the city manager. That rests with a member of council, and somebody betrayed that confidence. And that's a problem. So it was that initial problem that started the entire reaction. Obviously, Mayor or City Manager Mitchell at the time was quite upset and offended and agreed. And it started irreparable damage between them. So I think that number one, we have to hold some accountability to, when we talk about trust and how we treat each other, is somebody broke that, and somebody around the council table. And I do believe Mayor Clark was going to do a code of conduct on that individual, but the time ran out. But we had offered around this table for somebody to come forward, and then she wouldn't do a code of conduct, and I don't think anybody ever did come forward. So, so I think that's number one to me. Number two is this information was then used for the city manager to write a letter and had her expenses approved on that letter. Whether you voted for it or not is irrelevant. It was the will of council and she got it paid. So that was the second thing. I did hear about I did not know about there was 2 members of council that met with Mayor Clark and offered to do the settlement, and that was not followed up on. I'm not happy about that. I remember the conversation at this table happening, and then I heard nothing back from that. So to have that brought back up again is a problem to me. So there was a code of conduct. We all know I'm the one that wrote it. And the code of conduct itself was found to be in place. So Mayor Clark did breach the code of conduct that I had written up. The problem is the sanctions. So at the end of the day, we all got and I say we because it is the will of council, whether I was in the room or not, it is the will of council. We had our legal fees reimbursed. She only took us to judicial review based on the sanctions. Now, if she would have lost that, I would have said too bad, but she didn't lose it. She did not lose her court case about the sanctions. So we talk about accountability, and she won. So I guess I'm wondering why this council feels like we wouldn't pay it. Because I feel like we're digging our heels in. I've heard a lot around the table for the last 2 years that, we got to do better and people need to move on, but I feel like everybody's moved on. She's moved on quite well. Do we still have disagreements? Absolutely, but I disagree with every one of you. That's called debate, and that's what we're supposed to do. So I'm struggling that council will not pay this. I am going to 100% support this. She was found that the sanctions were not in alignment. I think we need to do the right thing, just like we all agreed to follow the judicial review. Well, it came back. She agreed to follow the judicial review, but it came back unequivocally that it was harsh. So I don't understand why we're not putting this to bed. We literally asking her to we asked her to abide by the process, which she did. And I think we owe the same respect and autonomy back, is that we also abide by the process. So I am going to support it. I've always supported it, and I'm going to continue to support it.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. I'll be a little shorter. I agreed the last time, and I agree this time that we should pay it.
Any other speakers? Councillor Hirsch.
It's funny how sometimes we look back, and the version of events start fading to black. You know, we talk about that and it doesn't matter who said it, said that there was one. What was upheld was the fact that the code of conduct was broke, and what it meant by being upheld is that it meant 2 times that this was being tested, and both times it was concurred that there was a breach and there was a break of the code of conduct. So winning or losing aside, let's just make sure we understand the facts. And in normal cases, I think there was some discussion, and again, there was some reference in regards to going out and doing some mediation. I think the public needs to know this was not the first resort of this council. It was the last resort. This is the last thing I wanted to do. And along the ride, everyone said, well, why aren't you talking about this? Why aren't you coming to some conclusion? Why aren't you doing some mediation? Attempted, asked and answered, nope. So the challenge is, could we have avoided this? I think so. There was a willing group of individuals that were willing to sit down and go through this. And I know the facts, and that was the case. So I struggle with a certain amount of money now being thrust upon this council that, first off, we had no parameters of, no knowledge of, no indication of the amount, no parameters to build from, no preliminary approval offered or even requested. But yet, here we are. And I just don't know, I just think it's important to have some clarity about those events. I don't know where I sit on this. I am surprised to see this again, because I thought this was a matter that was debated on, and I unfortunately wasn't at that meeting. So I want to look at maybe process here. If this was something that was already discussed, why is it here again? Isn't there some sort of cooling off period or that sort of thing? And maybe that's a question either to City Clerk or City Solicitor Bullock in terms of process here, as far as this coming back to us so quickly.
City Solicitor Bullock.
So under the procedure bylaw, there is no waiting period for council to reconsider a motion. In a previous version of that bylaw, there was a 6-month period for reconsidering decisions already made, but that's not part of our current bylaw, so there's no impediment to a reconsideration now.
Thank you.
All right. I'm just going to say what sorry, Councillor Tumanowski. Can I finish my thought? Okay. I'm just going to say what I said the last time when I voted in favor, is that a promise of available due process is empty if no resources come attached to that process. Councillor Tumanowski.
Once again, literally the final item on the final meeting, and we're dealing with this again. And it's important. I'm, like others, struggling. My comments last time, and I'll make them again, were, although they've been refuted by the mayor, there were off-ramps. Having a governance guru, the guru, Mr. Cuff, come, it wasn't a formal, in front of a judge, in a courtroom, attempt to create an off-ramp for council, but it certainly was the best attempt imaginable at the time. And having the minister, not associate minister, well, actually they were here, but the minister himself, Minister MacGyver, come and work through a process with us was absolutely an off-ramp that was available. My frustration is not, and I see myself as a practical person, not to be frustrated by those points against whether there's validity in repayment. this whole process. I mean, right to the point of how it is even brought here frustrates me. It's incongruent with anything I've been taught over the time here and with former clerks and others and around the ability to do this. But I recognize and certainly sympathize with the mayor wanting to bring this forward one last time to see if there's any chance of having her fees reimbursed. This is real money. These are real people. I said that last time, and this has nothing to do with me harboring anything against our mayor or otherwise. And we have come to some better level of understanding, I think, toward the end of this term for sure. My big frustration outside of those points is that under the normal procedure, there would have been requests, et cetera, done. You just don't go create a bill that grows and grows and grows with a law firm of your choice at any expense and then expect that it come back. The only slight movement I make in this regard today is around some of the arguments that were made. The code of conduct violation was upheld. The narration portrays things in a way that suggest a different pathway and a different conclusion. And again, I'm not here to one-up that. It is, the facts are to a large extent presented. And, you know, when the old saying, hindsight's 20/20, there were lots of opportunities, or perhaps there ought to have been other opportunities for all of us to create off-ramps when it comes to resolving this. The session that council participated in the other week on how to get along, as indicated by the recommendation from the province, was useful. It was short, but it was useful and thoughtful and provocative in the sense that it challenged us to really think about our roles when we sit here and ultimately how we create decision-making around those roles. And so I will be supporting the reimbursement today. I think this is the ultimate, I don't want to say, not sacrifice, I'm trying to find a better word, the ultimate expression, I guess, that I can give if this is my last council meeting ever here or one of many more to come. I want to be able to say that I did my part to help move this forward once and for all. So I will support it.
Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, Chair Van Dyke. Yeah, what a thing to have at the last meeting, hey? It's been a journey for all of us. It's been a crazy journey of things I've never thought I'd experience in my life. Hard lessons learned, definitely throughout the course of my chair in municipal government, and good lessons learned. And I think Councillor Dumanowski said it about some things you just need to put to bed, and it's not a personal thing, but it's just tying things up and having a clean slate. So for this day and this time, I will be supporting that.
Thank you, Councillor Hyder. Oh, Councillor Hirsch, sorry, go ahead.
So thanks. So regardless of how this goes, part of good, navel gazing is making sure this doesn't happen again and having strong policy enacted around it. So what, and maybe there's some behind the scenes work already in regards to kind of safeguarding and having some very profound procedures. Is that a takeaway that we're going with? Are we moving forward with already some policy that will come to this council or well, quite frankly, it'll be next council that ensures that we have some rigidity when it comes to, and having said that, you would think you'd seen it all, and here we are. But I'm just wanting to make sure that we have some backbone in terms of very specific procedure, because quite frankly, when we went down this path, there's nothing in the MGA, there's no policy relative to what do you do in these circumstances. So I would just absolutely appreciate, as a takeaway on this, that we see something for the next council that has some policy around this and provides, and we talked about it with the indemnity policy and where we're going to go with that, and maybe that's going to be layered in. But we really honestly cannot have this happen again. It certainly brought the wind out of the sails of this council. This dragged on for a very long time. And here we are in the last hour, instead of, you know, again, like I say, doing platitudes and thank yous, we're making a very divisive decision on the eve of, at the end of the meeting. So just my suggestion. Thank you.
Would anyone from administration like to respond to that? Or we'll just take that, we'll have that as a takeaway. All right, thank you. We will vote on the motion. How do you vote, Councillor Hyder?
Sorry, I vote yes.
Thank you. And the motion passes. I'm sorry, Councillor Dumanowski, there is actually one more item on the agenda, but it's very brief, and it is renaming a trail. Sorry, I've got to read it here. The Parish Trail Request, 11.1, Municipal Names Committee. If the acting city manager could speak to this briefly. Thank you.
For sure. The recommended motion, the council approve the request from the Municipal Names Committee to rename Parkview Trail to Parish Trail. Actually, Acting City Clerk Zubrecki did all of the background and the work on this, if you want to provide a very brief backgrounder.
Thank you, and through the chair. So this request came to us from the Parish family regarding the name change. It appears that way back when Parish Way was named, it was actually named after Alderman Mr. Parish. However, it appears that the name is missing an R. So due to logistical challenges and some cost implications, the Parks Department suggested that the best way to mitigate this would to be offer the family a trail. So this will be, if approved, currently known as Parkview River Trail along Police Point Drive, adjacent to Parish Way. And it would be newly changed to Parish Trail if approved.
Thank you. Do we have is there a motion for this? Oh.
Right there.
Sorry, again, the progressives have struggling. Would someone like to make that motion?
I can make that. I move that council approve the request from the Municipal Names Committee to rename Parkview Trail to Parish Trail.
I'll second.
And seeing no speakers, we will vote. Oh, is Mayor Clark back on the Teams? Oh, she is? Okay.
I am, and I vote in favor.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hyder?
I say yes.
And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And do we have, if there's no objections, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.